and that's a topic he wants to talk. And can you project the title of his topic, please? And the topic he wants to talk is a very interesting topic to my heart, because I got stuck with this topic over the last 20 years. And people can come from forward. The Annamalai can come forward. Annamalai can come forward. Our kids also can come forward, because we are doing the journalism and whatever this guy is going. And Vinny has to take a close look. Ruby, why don't you sit here? Okay, live. The same link. Is it new link? Okay, share the. Yeah, why don't you finish that off? Because the live people are taking a live look there. So he wants to talk about journals, academic journals. You want to talk about citations. You want to talk about impact factor. You want to talk about site score. You want to talk about business in doing that. He wants to say that India people can also write science. And he wants to say the Indian people are better than the American people, which is never going to happen. So in the near future, okay? So there's a lot of other things going on, and he's going to share his personal knowledge on that. So we are going to listen to him how data analytics actually improves journal metrics, a data-driven approach to academic publishing excellence. Academic publishing, data analytics, and scientometrics. So when this gentleman submitted an abstract, I read the title. I thought he is a sleeper cell for Clarivate. The first thing that came to my mind, I thought he's a sleeper cell for Clarivate. He wants to know my address, and then after knowing my address, he wants to take my photo from the village and then tell the sitting virtual CEO in Delhi that I am the one here. That's why I called him and asked for his CV, whether this fellow is a sleeper cell or not. Because it's a big business, because Clarivate has invested about 4,000 crores in India, and there are 4 lakhs people working for them all over India, especially in Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Chennai. 4 lakhs people. Their only job is to read the abstract, find a mistake in the sentence, and a phrase or a clause in an abstract, and they will say there is plagiarism. They don't even send into the plagiarism software. It is the manual human plagiarism they are doing. And operating in India is very difficult for them, so they moved to Penang now. So but Clarivate is funded by a Bantang Bank, which is based in Hong Kong. The Bantang Bank is owned by the Chinese, and the Chinese are funded by the Russian mafias. So he's trying to fight with the mafias. Okay, I mean, that's the mafia, because you think about the Rogers group, the Reuters group can go to Israel right now and see the bombing right in their own camera. You know, that's the amount of money they have. That's the amount of mafias they have. That's the amount of black market, okay, which is linked to prostitution, flesh trade, and so on and so forth. Okay, you want to fight with the flesh trade? No, that's your choice. Okay, so Clarivate. No, listen to me, because you're a kid. So, 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 so you listen to me, okay? The first thing, the Indian government will actually come and kill you. Secondary, only Chinese will come, okay? So now they started a company in India. The name of the company is Clarivate Analytics, because you're using their own term, analytics. Analytics is Clarivate Analytics. You understand? You're copying, yeah. So Clarivate Analytics. Now they are based out of Malaysia. Now, not only that, actually the company owners are in Russia, Russian mafias, began by the Chinese mafias. The bank is Bantang Bank. The Bantang Bank is actually in Hong Kong. And behind Hong Kong, we have the DBS Bank. The DBS Bank is well settled in India. So DBS Bank is headquartered in Hong Kong, and it has an office only in Singapore. Singapore is not the owner of DBS Bank. The Hong Kong Chinese are the owner. Okay. So, and in India, it has a very deep root in India, DBS Bank right now over the last 10 years. You understand? That's the amount of money that gets used. We are talking about 10 lakh crores. We are talking about 20 lakh crores. The Indian budget is 32 lakh crores. Our revenue is 24 lakh crores. Singapore is nothing for India, okay? We don't give a damn. But America, yes, they're talking about $4 trillion, $5 trillion. You know, the amount of money that is going on there is so huge. And this Clarivate fellow opened an office from Canada. They sit in the border between Canada and America, Onyx. The name of the company is Onyx. Onyx in Canada. It is registered in Canada. They make their operation in America. It is not registered in America because Article 10 of the Constitution very clearly struck them. Article 10 very clearly says freedom of expression. The government has no role to play in freedom of expression. Anybody can say anything, but First Amendment is there, and as long you don't create any trouble for the expression, no problem. This publishing, journal, magazine, according to the government, it is just a newspaper. According to GST classification, you can tell you are a scientist. You can tell I know everything. Government, you are a newspaper. The rule applied to Hindu newspaper, Dinamala newspaper, is applicable for this newspaper also. So you are exempted from GST, no tax for running a journal. Okay, this is one story. The another story is the Elsevier fellow. The Elsevier fellow is a Dutch fellow. The Dutch fellow ruled India for 100 years in Goa. Because still he doesn't want to give freedom to India. He is telling his science is better than our science. He is having something called site score. He is telling Scopus index. But he is employing 1 lakh people in India because his bank is only investing that he has bought in almost 2,000 crores. But 2,000 crores is not a big India for government of India. We are having 32 lakh crores, 24 lakh crores investment. But still he comes with politeness, humbleness, because the Dutch people don't know English. They don't know how to format. But still they want to rule the world indirectly. But the Americans have no time to listen to the Indians. They have time to listen to the Dutch people because they are beautiful, white, they can dance, they can bring, you go to Dutch, prostitution is very easy. Only country in the world where prostitution is completely open is Netherlands. You understand? Now you're going to fight with a prostitute. So that's what is happening to me. That's why I'm sharing this knowledge. That's why I find your subject very interesting. So he has, that I thought he's a Ph.D., somebody in the government of India, Sharma, the advisor to because some, so this is so much amount of money. So I asked for his CV. Then I found out he is BSc Computer Science. Okay, then I got a little satisfied. Okay, he's BSc Computer Science. We can handle him. Okay, then I called him up and then spoke to him. What is your background? Then he was telling about all this analytics. So we have such a person here, a young boy, a BSc Computer Science. He's touching on a very sensitive matter to the nation of India, not only India, the entire world. So we have something called technological embargo. There's a word called technology. There's a word called embargo. Technological embargo is a key issue for all developing countries. You cannot have technology without science. Science is not happening in the Eastern world according to the Western world. So you are not having the technology to kill someone from somewhere. But America is having the technology to kill someone all the way away from. So that's the technology. So it's very powerful. And you want to get the technology, that's an embargo. You can't just like that copy. So you pay royalty. We don't have the money for the royalty. We have money only to buy the Indian tie, to do the plowing. Correct or not? That is the situation. You understand? So now you know where we are standing. So with this very hard introduction, I invite you to deliver your lecture. Thank you very much.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Yogesh, and I am working in the publishing industry since 2018. I have worked with 80 plus journals, and 30 plus journals are now indexed in Scopus and well-reputed indexing agency like Web of Science as well. Some of our then index are in DOAJ as well. I am the member of the Society of Scholarly Publishing. At the same time, I am the ambassador. You can say the ambassador, cross-up ambassador from the India. Means I am helping those journals and the journals who are not able to submit the metadata properly. Even they know about the metadata, so I am helping them to submit their metadata and teaching them how they can deposit their data to those organizations, especially how they can create the DOI, how can they can generate the DOI, and how the role of the metadata in academic publishing. So now, can I get this? So my topic is how data analytics actually improve the journal's metrics. What? Okay, not an issue. Okay, okay. Let me just introduce myself again. Okay, no done. Okay, okay, okay. No, thank you. So, okay, okay. So let me just give my introduction. My name is Yogesh, and currently I'm working with 80 plus journals, 80 plus journals, and some of our indexing scopers, well-reputed indexing agency, we can say the Web of Science, and DOJ as well. Yeah, I am the single person helping universities, publisher, and even individuals to.
Help him. He is actually an agent between the writer, which is the author, and the publisher who is running the journal. So he helps them to write the journal, connect them, and then he gets some commission out of and support. Yeah.
If any university and any college want to start their own academic journals, so that at that time I help them to start with the process from developing the website and yeah, I am working with the universities, publisher, and the individual as well. Okay. Yeah, Indian, and I'm working with the foreign universities as well. Foreign universities. I'm working with the foreign universities as well. Not my own journal. Suppose if you are planning. Yeah, I am working with the many university. Even I am working with the foreign. Yes. Rashford. 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 So, so my topic is how data analytics actually improves journals metrics. Here, the before just deep diving into the journals metrics and how it gonna help us to improve the journals metrics means. So let's first understand what are the journals metrics actually. So the metrics, I think you all are know about. Okay, okay. Am I audible now? I think I can.
Okay, that's what he said. Since this is also watched by the live online, they can't hear you.
Okay. Okay. So now let's discuss about the what are the challenges the journals are currently facing. So here the one of the I think biggest problem with the journals. Even I know there are lots of journals are there indexed by well reputed indexing agencies, suppose by DOJ, Scopus, and the Web of Science. But even they are not getting enough articles and the submission in their journals. Even after having the good indexing agencies, indexed by good indexing agencies. So here I just want to talk about the how the journals metrics can improve the journals metrics and how we can spot the latest trend where we gonna publish the paper. And here the third thing is the about the authors. means how we can get the authors to publish in our journals, means how we can approach those authors on behalf of the data analytics to get attract more submission towards our journals. So now here we can use the different tools are there to collect the data. Okay, so we can use the indexing agencies as well. Suppose Scopus, Web of Science, and the other indexing as well to collect the data. Okay, based on the data, we can prepare and suppose we take for example the Scopus. We can in the Scopus we can search for the latest published paper, and there are filters are there. We can find out the most recent published paper and the topics and the article's title as well. It will be easier to find us. Let me. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So basically, if you talk about there are lots of other the databases as well. The Scopus, it's a open source actually. Yeah. Yeah. It's not about the Scopus only. There are several other databases as well. The like the Web of Science, Crossref. Not me only. I think everyone can access the data. No, no, they will not tell me. But the problem is here I'm just trying to collect the data. They means based on the data from the different indexing agency. I want to collect those data they have recently published. Okay, the data is available in their platform. Suppose we talk about the Scopus. So we easily here we can use the multiple filters to extract the data here. At the same time, we have the cross-sef as well. If you want to,
Yeah.
which one? It's just a demo data actually. It's not a yeah. It's a not a actual data. It's not a actual data.
How do you
Means
estimate that? How do you estimate that?
how?
Oh, the journals tell you what their acceptance rate is.
Yeah,
Okay, so you don't know which papers got
yeah.
rejected or which
So
papers got
yeah, here I just it's the estimate actually we can say, and
yeah, I know.
There is a formulas. In the formulas, they do accordingly because since I was also chief editor in under the Clarity Analytics, what I wanted to say that again is already Kang say that it's a business. Because more the paper rejection, the number of impact factor will increase. That is why out of 10, one only they will accept. My question is here is that since we, who are the scientists, we already know that how the data are coming up, how. But what is your contribution and what you like to express the things?
yeah. So here my contribution will start after this presentation actually.
He's trying to come to that. Now, I'm trying to help him out, but the problem is all the journals project, they advertise, they accept 28%. We don't know whether it is true or because that data is not a open data. Only the publisher knows that data. Okay,
Yes.
and maybe the editor to some extent, the chief editor to some extent may know.
No,
It
chief
is
editor knows because 10
so that
percentage
is
only.
that is your proclamation, but you are not chief editor for all the journal. For one journal, you believe that your journal is a good journal. That is there are 28,000 journal in the world.
No,
So
no, Kangs, I'm not coming to that point.
hmm,
All chief editor knows that how many percentage of the paper is accepting rejected because chief editor only.
not like that. Not like it is not like okay. I'll explain you that. Okay, for example, Springer runs are around 2,000 to 3,000 journal. Okay, that is they have an administrative structure. Those fellows are sitting in Chennai, India, Hyderabad. Only
Okay.
those administrative structure knows how many paper are rejected.
Yes.
The chief editor may not know, but the managing editor may know. He is only doing business. You understand? The chief editor is only informed. There are two different things to
No,
that.
no, Kangs, there are two different. What I want to say that
Hmm.
that is a different publisher to the publisher because I myself was an editor in chief and I myself
You
know
are
that.
the okay. You are the editor in chief only.
So I myself know that how many paper was that because finally I am the only deciding authorities. But since like a nature publishing or ACS and all that, that is a managing editor knows, because that's a number of papers, the huge things. What I wanted to say that both editor in chief as well as a managing editor in 10% or 20%, they'll get to know that how much is coming out. Okay.
Yeah, maybe knowing,
Ah.
maybe knowing. It is not
Now,
it is not 100%
but they don't
transparent.
express in outside. We can outside what they will do. If we are rejecting 10, if we are accepting only 10%, they'll say that 15% only we are accepting. But otherwise, hardly 5 to 10% because number of rejection is goes. Sometimes, for example, there is no paper because every issues number of pages we have to maintain. 90 pages or 100 pages. If you are get the good quality paper for 90 pages, it's okay.
What is your question actually?
My question is that I want to know what is his, because these are things we already know the things. What is his contribution?
He's a very young boy. He's coming slowly. Give him time. Okay.
The real problem is with the mic, you can't understand what he's saying. And that's very difficult. And I know you have these challenges, right? The reason, look, I know a lot about this. Because Clarivet was owned by my student 2 years ago when he sold it, the whole of Clarivet. Okay? He was the PE who bought it. Okay? And they couldn't make enough money after 5 years, and they sold one
Speaker,
business.
speaker.
And they sold one business, and another small business they're trying to sell to me right now, because they bought a collection from Thomson Reuters. Okay, so this is, you think it's big money. This was losing so much money. That's why PE bought it. PE only buys it when it's a failure. Thomson Reuters sold it because they were not making enough money. So they stripped it into 4 or 5 companies. They renamed it to Clarivet Analytics.
Yeah, the latest.
Okay, I know the whole history. Okay, right? Then why does a Chinese guy buy it? Because nobody's making money doing this. This is why they buy it. Okay, so anyway, and right, I also know something else. Do you know that you have this automatic publishing right now? NIH started this, 10, 20 years ago, where self-publishing, the government, what do you call it? I forget the name.
PubMed Center.
PLOS was started by my student. That student taught my son at Berkeley. My own student, David Eisen, he started PLOS. Mike Eisen started PLOS. It was his idea. Okay, he's a professor at Berkeley. He was my student.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, and okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is the competition to all this, what Kangs wants is free, right? That the people who created that was PLOS, is my student, and my ex-student is a professor at, and he ended up teaching my kids. I didn't know at the time that, as a professor of my own kids at Berkeley. So I'm quite well aware of this. I'm involved. I know enough from a business side and everything, right? The take that this is all great, important, nobody cares about this business. Nobody really cares about this business. It really is too small for anybody. Academics care. Now, is it got value? Yes. It's all the science of the world, right? The real problem is this, is we have too many journals. We have 50,000 journals. Do you think anything worthwhile is in any of them? Now, I'll tell you one thing. Okay? When I was a professor at Stanford, okay, I got to know a guy called, what's his name now? He was a member of the Levi's family. Before Indians and Silicon Valley became big, there was actually a rich person there. Levi's came out of there. Because when people went to get gold, they brought the ships there to go to the mountains, coal, to dig for the gold, right? So what they did, they needed to buy clothes. San Francisco was very poor at the time. So they took the sailing ships that came with the people. Nobody's going back, right? Tens of thousands of people came. They took the sails, they put blue dye, and they sold it. Warm clothes. And that's what you call Levi jeans today, the whole world wears. It was for poor people to wear, so they go into the mountains to dig in the water for gold. So they took the old sails and they dyed it. So they were the richest people. They're the same family as Gap family today. So they funded a lot of Berkeley, University of Berkeley, because they're there. So this gentleman had $800 million 20, 30 years ago, before all this new money. He was the guy. So he joined as a professor to Berkeley. Berkeley was a liberal arts university. It was all arts. There was no science. He was just beginning about 30, 40 years ago. He came in and built the whole science up, especially biology. So much so, it's the only building in a public university, government-owned university, where they named a building for somebody who was still alive. Because he donated money. Before he died, the Berkeley Chemistry Building was named after him before he died. He became such a good guy. If you guys are all doing biology, right, he's the one who said, if you did chemistry, the biotech people also know this, right? Enzymes were supposed to be lock and fit. No change. When they go inside, lock and fit, lock and key, right? That was Emil Fischer in Germany. The person who changed it and proved it as a student was this guy. It could have been a Nobel Prize. He said enzymes, flex. So he ended up becoming the editor of Science magazine.
Michaelis Menten.
No. Michaelis Menten is his equations. No. Oh, okay, fine. Whoever it was, Locke and Key, I thought
Okay.
it was Fisher. It doesn't matter.
Not Fisher, it's Michaelis Menten and Professor Monod
But-
kinetics were
okay.
there.
Right, so, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So anyway, okay,
Now,
I
the
mean,
point is, you need to understand this. You're talking about stuff that's been done 25, 30 years ago when publications were in millions. Now they're tens of millions, okay? But at that time, it was high volume already. This is about 25 years ago. He was the longest serving editor of the most important journal today in the world, Science magazine. It's not even Nature. Science carries a lot of other things, okay? So he was the longest serving editor because he was a rich guy for 20 years. I ended up, he liked me somehow. I was a very young professor. I ended up helping his own research. So he was trying to get me hired to Berkeley from Stanford. So I actually didn't know him. I was only writing letters to him because his son worked nearby. Berkeley's 80 miles away. So I would give the results to him if the son will take it because he was a lawyer locally. So I got to know him in the end. And during that time, he was a very funny guy. Okay, his name was Daniel Koshland. Okay, he was a very funny guy. So he started, he write humorous editorials. He would write. One of the editorials he wrote, right? I will come back to you. So you are in this business, so you need to understand this. I'm the outsider now. You're all in science. I'm no longer in science. So you need to listen to what the outsider has to say, right? Because inside, nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about you, even in the US. When I went first there, 2 to 3% of GDP was science. Now it's 1% and it's going lower. It's a disaster. Okay, we're training too many PhDs, too many everything. So what is the problem in society today? We have too much technology. People can't absorb it. Too much science, actually, if you think about it. Okay, but let's go back. Yeah, Koshland did this. Okay, Koshland asked one of his final years. You can go back; it's there. He actually went out and used Science is a magazine of the American Association of Science. So he took some money out of it to do a survey. He wanted to know the question that I really badly wanted to know the answer at the time. Okay, right? When I was looking for a job, and I'd leave Stanford, Ivy League job, there was no H index and all this. So to make life easy, everybody says how many publications they have. Everybody had 100 publications. Nobody has time to read your own publication. It's too many. So I actually made a joke of it, right? Because at the time, there was no jobs for bioinformatics people. It was impossible. But I was supposed to be very good. So you know what I did when I went from a job? Because I know nobody will read it. We didn't have all this H index. I had my own H index. You know what it was? My first page, I said, 26 publications, 2 in Nature, 1 in Cell. That's it. Because you don't need to know what the paper is. Who cares? It's what you put. That's all people have time for. So to make a joke of it, I did it. But today we do H index, which is the same thing. Your dean only cares about what your H index is. Because he doesn't know. Like the guy who was here, he is sitting on 18 departments, right? The guy who was administrator, right? He just says to promote somebody, what's your H index? You're not going to get Gautam science. You're not going to get Gautam science. Yesterday's, Gautam doing his, you're not. You're just going to say H index. You're going to get the wrong people. Doesn't matter, this is industrialized, okay? But this is the question he asked. It's the way the future is. We're stuck with this. We're going to go. Even back then, I could have predicted it. But the real question is this test that he did. I used to joke that nobody reads my paper, not even my students completely, right? We publish all this idiocy, right? He did the test. I didn't know. I read it in the editorial. He said, after you allow for the people who wrote the paper and anybody else who was a co-author, the number of co-authors is growing longer and longer and longer. But still, assume the co-authors read it, right? The 3 students and everybody else read it. Besides the person who wrote it, the senior author, and the people who actually wrote the publications, right? The other people, right? As well as the editor who read it, how many other people and the reviewers, besides this group, how many other people read the average paper? Does anyone can tell me the answer? That was about 20 years ago. That means leave the editor, leave the editor out, leave the reviewer, the authors, right? All those people who had to read it, right? Leave them out. How many new persons read your paper on average? It's less than 1. That was the number. All of these papers are going to toilet. That's all.
Thank you.
Happening.
Subhaya, thank you.
No. So please, I'm not saying it's good or bad. This is the way we need the scientists. This is what we do. Nobody has time to read it. Somehow the good science comes to the top. But what I'm trying to tell you is that both coexist. This is also true. I don't need anything. And I'll tell you one other thing. When I went to Harvard, I was very interested in science. I read Scientific American. I was so excited by science. I went to the guy who won essentially Nobel Prize for viruses. Okay, I got into his lab, right? And the first day I go in, I found a science article related to our area. So I said, oh, our competitor is doing this, blah blah blah, right? He's a top scientist, right? I go to him. He ended up being the top three people who ran later on. He became the three-person committee for the faculty for the whole of Harvard, deciding what happens to Harvard. So I went to him, right? And the first day I take a look, right? I'm saying excited, bring this, oh, somebody did some results that are good. You know what he did the first day? He didn't read the paper, he didn't read the title, he went to the back, went to the references and started going down with his finger. If he wasn't cited in the first 5, he threw it away. That's normal at Harvard. Okay? You need to understand, this is because of this. It's all about this. So I'm not trying to put down what you're saying, right? But you really need to understand that this is, the rest of the world doesn't really care about this. There was a joke. One of my friends, he left academia, was working for a Nobel laureate, contributed to physics, and the guy won a Nobel Prize. He decided to go to Wall Street. When he got to Wall Street, they have a joke. You know what the joke was? He told me he made a lot of money. He made $100 million there in Wall Street trading, right? The joke was because they were taking a lot of people on Wall Street, do the computer calculations, physicists, the quant physicists. First thing they said to him was, he's actually Sadaji, UK, get a turban. First they said, you want to wear that? They made a joke. What is a towel on your head? Okay, just to see how he'd respond. But anyway, the joke inside, he found out that after he escaped from academia, the joke was, what are definition of academics? Academics are a small group of people trying to impress an even smaller group of people. That's the joke. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Let him talk. Let him.
What I want you to do is, you think you're going to.
What you can do is that,
Yes.
he already knows.
Yeah.
Just what your contribution and what you try to
You see.
Okay.
No, no. Subaya, let me. Okay. Bhaskar, I know you are a senior professor and all. He's a junior boy. He will go slow. Okay. We have to understand from his point of view. That is why you become a teacher. Otherwise, you become a Hitler. No, we have to take a choice whether we want to be. Yeah. So I'm not the one. So we already started the roasting. That is why, so we have to let him tell, and then you have a point. He also has a point. I mean, as long you as much intelligent you are, he is equally intelligent. So we have to give him the chance to prove his intelligence. Okay. So yeah, one last statement.
Technology and companies. Do you know how many requests I get in my email every day to be an editor of some? I don't do science for 20 years. I get requests every day from some company, academia, this and that. Do you want to be an editor of a journal, and so on? Obviously, I know, right? I mean, at the rate we're going, we're going to have more journals than scientists. Okay, so clearly we need to clean up the system somehow.
Thank you. I really appreciate. Thank you.
But I can tell you something. If you can find a way. There is not, remember, this is an industrial complex that exists to profit to whatever level, right? They are in it for money, not for this. So they'll fight back, not because China is just the way the money is, economy is, right? So you have to bear that in mind. We have to do things where they make money so that we can all do this together, right? That's one. But if you can find a way that lets them make money as well, but also improves the way in which we can get better science out, despite all the publication, I am more than happy to call my friends. If you have an idea that works, I can call Dave Eisen right now.
So
Okay,
here I'm just.
So, sir, we will not disturb
Yeah,
him.
go ahead, yeah.
You give the presentation after that.
Okay, not an issue.
Yeah, okay. Thank
So-
you. Dr. Bhaskar, thank you very much. Subaya, thank you very
Thank you,
much.
thank you for your
And,
patience, sir.
yeah, I want to support him. And see, one thing with reference to this Article 19A of the Constitution of India is applicable, and Article 10 of the Constitution of the United States, Article 10 of the Constitution of the UK. So everything is in line with that. So this quality versus quantity argument doesn't come into that place. So Elsevier, Clarivet, Springer, all these fellows are dead in front of the Supreme Court of any country. So they are against the constitution. So he has his rights to express his feelings. Okay, go ahead.
So the topic is how the data analytics can improve the journal's metrics here. So first of all thing, if a journal, suppose we take example of the bioinformation. The bioinformation journal is running from the 2005, since 2005, and then published approx I think 2000 plus articles they have published. So now here we want to just use their own data, their published data. Based on their published data, we want to uh, yeah, based on the data they have published. Okay, so we want to extract those data, and I can say and we want to improve, and I just yeah, here we are talking about the spot, how to actually the spot the hot topics earlier. Okay, the keyword frequency and the co-occurrency analytics across the scopus web of science revealing imaging the research team before and the peak giving the editors. Actually this is not let me. Okay, so here are some example how we can use the data analytics to help a new journals or brand new journals. So this is the recent case study. Okay, so where we have just so some of the university come to me and they said we want to start a new journals, we want to launch our academic journals. Okay, and then at this point, for the new journals, no one want to submit the paper in your journals, and nobody want to be a board member of the journals at the same time. So then what we do, we analyze the other existing journals on the same topic, uh, and the same topic, and then we analyze their pattern, what type of authors, the type of authors and the articles they are publishing in their journals. Okay, so based on those data, then we try to invite some authors and the editors, invite the author and the editor in the same way for those journals. So after inviting, sending them emails to those author and the reviewer, then we eventually get some articles, and eventually so get some board member as well who are interested to join the journals. So here are some example how the data analytics can help the journals to actually, the benefits of easy step to start here, we can say how, suppose we are taking the example of the bioinformation only. So bioinformation publishing 20, I think 2000 plus articles are there. Okay, now based on those data and based on the data they have recently published, we can collect those data and can invite some authors. Okay, and then calculate the most recent article published by the journals, and they have good citation. Based on data, we can just call those author again to prepare some those kind of articles again in the journals, and they can invite to publish their paper in the same journals as well. So it will help the journals to get more citation and attract more authors. So now here are the some website which I have developed. Okay, the manuscript follow and the journal, the JMS Nexus, the Ask Biz and the Biz. The Ask Biz is the website is specially designed for the researcher where they can find the journals from the different publisher, and they can track the metrics as well. If they want to, for the new researcher, the most of time they face the issue with at the time of the submission. Suppose they have prepared the articles, now they don't have even enough knowledge to where to submit, and it's a very uh, yeah.
I have one question. If you want to be honest, how much money you are making per year
From these tools.
from whatever you are doing?
uh,
How much money you are making?
uh,
No, that is your plus point. If you tell the truth, it will give us confidence.
the money actually I am making. Actually, to be honest, the AskBiz and the Bizzer both are the free tools as of now for the researcher. If anyone want to use those tools, they can free. It's but if you talk about the manuscript follow and the JMS Nexus, the
Your total income is over 5 crores,
no, it's not actually.
2 crores,
No, it's not.
1 crore,
No.
50 lakhs,
Yeah, you can say I am working as a startup, so that's why.
50 lakhs,
Not a 50 lakh, 40
20
to
lakhs,
50, you can say.
20 lakhs.
40 to 50.
40 to 50 lakhs. See, his business revenue is 40 to 50 lakh. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, next.
Yeah, please.
That option is there.
You're noticing some trends, so you're letting editors and boards. If 8 publications come, 8 people have sent their to adapt to their own market. One. Two, you have some kind of portal where you can quickly start a journal with all the rules and everything quickly, in at least in the Indian market or some market. Is that correct? Those are the two things. Is there anything more that you are trying to provide?
No, they are actually the main tools are here, the manuscript follow and the journal JMS Nexus. The manuscript follow is the same as the Scholar One and the editorial manager. It's a tool.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
really can't hear you. The so, huh? The mic is just killing it. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the manuscript follow is a tool for the peer review system, like the Scholar One and the editorial manager.
Yeah.
So if any journalists want to use the tool
Yeah.
for the peer review system, then the manuscript follow is for.
Okay, fine. So you basically, I mean, am I right? The net thing he's trying to do is help you shift your editorial decision to more marketing, right? To be better fit to your customer interest, right? That's what you're trying to do, right? Right now they're making
Say yes. Say yes.
Yeah, yeah.
number one. I mean, I'll tell you something.
No, actually, I can't start a journal. Okay,
Subhaya,
but I am.
listen. Subhaya, this is an entirely different game. Actually, Clarivate as a product, the name of the product is Scholar One. It is only a platform for, like, Wiley is extensively using it. So every paper you submit through Scholar One, they charge us $100. So this fellow is trying to mimic them. So so, yeah,
Yeah, actually,
yeah.
I have developed the
He's
tool, the
trying to
manuscript
mimic
follow.
Scholar One. So he wants to make a business like Scholar One. Okay, yeah, that's the point. Yeah,
No, it's a peer review system.
it's in the market trend. There's there's also another company in London that is called Aries and Scholar One. These are the major one. Now the Netherlands company, earlier they were making free. I thought Open Journal was a free one. Now they are charging 1 lakh per year for that. So where customization is possible. Yeah. See, the good thing is this guy is just BSc. He has figured out all this business, you know. So yeah. Your water. So the live is okay.
Actually, I'm just providing the tools only.
And one more thing, he's making more money than Bhaskar. So he's in. You see, your income is only 10% of his income. So you. He's happy about it because right now he has nothing to lose.
So at the same time, the JMS Nexus is
Vinny,
the same
you should
platform.
listen. We are part of our business.
So, so the JMS Nexus is the same. The software where if you want to launch your academic journal, you can launch your academic journal in just 30 minutes. Once you have the title, okay, and I have to add the journal from the backend. Now your website is ready in just 30 minutes. In the same way, the manuscript follow is a peer review system, like
So
the
you have a
scholar.
one-time subscription or annual subscription?
Yeah, actually, there will be an annually subscription for those tools.
Annual.
Yeah,
Annual.
but for the Ask Business and this
No,
web,
see, your English is little fast. Annual subscription or
yeah,
one-time payment?
no, annual subscription.
Annual. How much do you charge per person?
It's to depend on the journal to journal, but the cost vary
Let
from
50,000
to 1
rupees.
lakh
1 lakh is charging 1 lakh per
for
year
annually basis.
for using his using his net.
Using so you can launch a journal using this
Yeah,
platform.
his
Okay,
platform.
that's been done for a long time. I'm not, that is just the business you're doing. That's fine. I'm more interested in the fact that you're doing more research and getting more information, and that is you're selling that information to existing journals to change the way they publish, right?
Yeah, actually, lots of journals are even they are using the older platform like which is the well known as OJF, which is a very older platform. So for that, I
So
have
are they tracking? Are these editors right now, competitive editors at Clarivate, are they looking for trends, hot topics, and
yeah they
changing the way they publish? Are they doing internal research like
yeah
you?
they are
Yes, yes. Clarivate does because see, Clarivate has employed 4 lakhs people in India. So they have only no, they are only the stupid people, but they are a MSc from Indian standard. So their only job is to read the abstract and find out if something wrong.
Deciding whether you want to take more cancer papers or this paper.
That is editorial. That is editorial.
But I believe, what I'm asking you is that information that you've got research, you said these are the people who found out. Is that something other people are already doing or not?
yeah they are doing editorial manager is doing and the scholar and the
So they
Clarivate.
decide internally the
Yeah,
same thing.
they are doing, but they are charging a lot. They are charging approx I think 2 or 3
No, the
lakhs
only
per
see. No,
time.
I think it's so. This topic is little away. See, there are only 2 companies which does analytics work. One company is Clarivate, which is based in London, USA, funded by the Chinese. The other company is the Elsevier Scopus, which is funded by the Dutch. Only these 2 people are doing the analytics, all this kind of thing. Yeah.
My question is, are they doing the analytics at that level to tell their own journals, do this,
Yes.
do that, and do that? They're doing it. Right?
But actually, this set is independent of this set.
Yeah,
See, the Clarivate and the Scopus do not have an intersection. Because yeah, they don't have it. See, this fellow says mine is the good. This fellow says this is the good.
But the problem with the editorial, there are some problem with the editorial manager as well because the editorial manager is owned by the Elsevier I think now.
Ah.
So the problem is that their bias issue will be
Listen,
there.
listen. Elsevier is not neutral.
Oh,
Because see, Elsevier is both a publisher as well as an analytics as well as a score giver. This is biased. This is constitutionally banned. Okay, this is the problem. But Clarivate plays it very safe. He doesn't get into the publishing job. Because I wrote an article. I wrote an article about Scholar One. The day I wrote an article, it got published. Next day, he sold Scholar One to Silverchair. He started another sister company.
You all think you're important, but no. This business is too small, and nobody cares. And if you complain, government will just make a decision, a stupid decision, and then
But it's still $60 billion. $60 billion. For you, $60 billion is a small amount. Yeah, for others, $60 billion is a big amount. Who cares about Trump?
Trump sucked out his passport. You need to understand we're not as important as you think. This is the
Who is thinking? Nobody is thinking. Yeah.
what
Coffee,
I'm
coffee, take your
concerned
coffee.
is this. Okay? You can make money by giving that information to
Yeah.
decide. But what you're doing is you're going TikTok. That's all you're doing. What
Fine.
you're now doing is you're making H index even worse.
Doesn't matter. Who cares?
That's fine. But if you want to make
Do,
money,
do you
that's
think
what we're
do you
doing
think
on
do you
on Facebook.
no do you think Trump worries about H index? No.
That's fine. But please understand this. You are not in a field that just simply makes money. Like, temple priest is making money, but he's not in a place where he just only makes money. He has to do something else.
Right, that's true.
And
But I think I am even getting money from it. Yeah, in a peer review system, yeah, I am just trying to automate it actually.
ಫೋಟೋ எடுக்க ಕಾಣಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನೀ எடுத்துக்கிறியா ரெண்டு பேரும் எல்லாமே ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்துறேன் சார் இப்போ அவனை ஃபோட்டோ யார் எடுப்பா இதை விட்டுட்டு அப்படியே வந்து எடுப்பியா இதே அதெல்லாம் எடுத்துறேன்
Yeah, even the algebra and the calculator, the all are making money only.
சக்கரை
Okay, so okay, so what do you think if I plan to start academic journals then? Actually, when actually, if I am planning to study academic journals, then what will be your opinion?
Thank you. Yeah. So Subaya, thank you.
So
I mean,
now, sir, let's discuss about.
so, so Subaya, his points are extremely valid. We have from India, we have learned so many things from Singapore. One of the thing we actually implemented GST. Prime Minister went there, one small coffee in Komala Vilas. He came back, implemented GST. So GST, we actually got the courage from Singapore, no problem. As far as Singapore and India is concerned, our revenue is about 350 to 400 billion dollars. Singapore's revenue budget is only $90 billion. So we are a little too ahead of that. But we have certain examples to take from Singapore, no problem. So that's something. So when we go talk to higher officials, they really don't think about Singapore. So that's the other thing. So you continue. Thank you.
So now let's talk about the Yeah. So now let's talk about the third option. This is the ask based. Okay. So this is the platform which is developed for the researcher where they can find the journals. Okay. If they prepared the articles, now they are looking for the submit some reputed journal. So for that, I have created a directory of the journals from and where we have listed the journals from the different publisher with their indexing information and the metrics as well. So it's a tools. It's a tools for it's known as a journal discovery tool as well. So means the researcher can use this tool. Then the fourth one is the Vista. Vista Ref is again is a list of directory of the journals where the publisher can track their journals performance, how many articles they are publishing, and the numbers of authors, even the citation they can track for the particular journal without getting indexed by Scopus and the Web of Science. So now that's all. If there are any question, now you can just. Hmm. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The reason, look, nobody here got as much time as you got, right? I mean, we're talking about the stuff you want to talk about, right? So we're all interested in what you're doing because in this talk, nobody talked about anybody else as much as you, right? So you take it away as you're doing something important, right? So not negative, right? Can you go back to your last slide?
Yeah, sure. Can you
Yeah, the
can
last
you open the
slide.
slide?
Okay. Okay. What I want to say is, first of all, go make money. If India hates the rest of the world, go screw it. Make your money. I don't care, right? Because, right? So that's not the issue. Every country has the right to make money and do their own thing, and that's all fine. Singapore's too. Yeah, okay. Singapore made money out of other countries. That's not the issue, right? I don't really care. But I don't believe that is actually true. Your conclusion, okay, is not true. Data analytics, from based on what you said, I'm not convinced that data analytics will actually give you better science. It gives you more money, makes it more efficient, more people read it. Maybe that's true. But I'm not convinced it'll give you better science. In fact, I still
So
actually think it'll give you worse. Yeah, okay. No, no, yeah, no, no. So, I think, you know what really there is? Our problem now is when you go to Chennai, right? Soon, everywhere in the world, there'll be McDonald's, Starbucks. It's the same eight things. You know, it's all flattening, and that's where we're headed with this as well. The whole world is moving this way. We need variety. We need diversity. We need more, right? So, my challenge to you, other people are already doing it. I hate that too. So what? My student bought it. I didn't know until he bought it. It's not for himself. His company bought it and they sold it, right? I can't do anything about it. If I can make money out of it, shit, I could invest in their company and make some money too. I don't really care. That is a separate issue. The real issue is if you're going to do this, please think about how you can improve the system. That's what I want you to think, right? Because the system is now making you choose, you don't have the variety anymore. Only the winners win, the losers don't. That's what this is all headed to, right? So if you can use data analytics to make truly better journals and truly better science, then it's worthwhile from that point of view. Making money is a separate issue, right? If you realize that there's no way to do it, and the only way is you can compete with those guys and make money, good for you. Go do it, right? I don't have an issue with it. But if along the way you're doing it, you can do it differently. So you can find ways in which to push, where you get better science out of it.
yeah, that's why I'm working on the tools.
See, Professor Subaya is like your grandfather, okay? He is giving you advice so that you can get a better girlfriend, okay? You understand? And after that, you can make good babies immediately after marriage. Okay? That is exactly his advice. Okay, thank you very much. I really,
Kangs,
really have.
Kangs, I
Okay,
need only 3 minutes.
your uncle is also giving some
Excellent.
okay, okay.
I usually fight with the UGC chairman also because regarding publication, there are big issues are going on.
Stand up, stand up. Come
No,
here.
huh?
Come here. Okay. Yeah, his view. Yeah. See, he looks very handsome now. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chalo, we will stand. No, no, yeah. First you should stand here. Actually, if you see last 2 years, UGC, they cancelled the UGC care list.
I
So,
only cancelled it. So don't scold me. Okay.
acha, okay. No, no, no. But I told, I was, because last March, there was a leadership conclave in Uttarakhand, Dehradun. There are all the vice chancellor, IIT directors, UG chairman.
Who cares about vice chancellor?
Next. Most of the vice chancellors, they don't know that what is the basic principle. So we are not coming to that point.
Okay.
Actually, what I wanted to say that because the recruitment of all the government and semi-government still they're based on the API score. One side the UGC removed the UGC care list. Still the recruitments are based on the API score. Then I told them that don't remove the UGC care list.
We want to remove it. I'll tell you why I want to remove.
No, I'm coming to that point you're later. Yes. Now I'm coming to his statement why I need to say. See, starting the journal, it's not an easy task. Starting the journal is easy. But again, collecting the paper and publishing, maintenance charge and all the thing, it's a very lengthy process, very lamba. It may success, it may not success. Even many of the journal already they closed it. So what I wanted to say that, don't say that use of your journal first, it's your most powerful. No. So it's for the existing journal. Come, gentlemen, next second. First line itself is wrong. Better journal is equal to better size or better data. No, that is a business. So what you have to fine tune your statement because I'm supporting your entrepreneurship because you made the one platform of the things. In that platform, many of the open, some of them open, some of the things you gave to the other.
English you will change. English you will change later.
You have to fine tune it because see what I wanted to say that what Dr. Subbaya and everything you are saying. Journals now, nobody will submit the research paper if your journal is a fresh one. Everybody will think that scopus status, whether it's impact factor is a scope, particularly private one, everybody is thinking that within 24 hours they have to publish the one paper. So what is it? It's a lot of business are going on, big issues, and 80% of the journals are the fraud data. So that is why the governments are restricting is that that is how it will go for the journal to journal, publisher to publishers. Na? See, there are two type of journal. Na? One is open journal, open access, another is closed one. Open access journal, that is dependent on the publisher, they will pay the charge. Close.
I will tell. That you don't know. I will tell. See, okay, I will explain. Actually,
regarding the closed journal, because that authorship, they no need to pay the money because that already they will charge it because every library, everything they have to accordingly. Even my own friend, he is again Dehradun, he is running the journals and he got 3 journals he tied up with Scopus, Clarity Analytics. How much he is getting? Only 15%. Rest everything the Clarity Analytics they are taking the money.
So what is your problem?
No problem is that person he is worrying about he is not getting almost $18 per paper.
See, the service provider gets only 15%. Only the agent, who brings the...
In between, there are so many percentages are
is,
going on.
So for that, I think you can use the manuscript follow. They charge you less you than the scholar one.
Later I will discuss with you how we can able to move your otherwise you will be
No, it's okay. You're fine. We support you. Okay, see, there are few key points in this, okay. One is the traditional, no, silence please. One is the traditional classical method of publishing. Classical method, what Oxford, everywhere, that is called closed access. So closed access. So in closed access, the problem is somebody from India may publish a paper in Elsevier or Springer or Wiley. If his friend or his daughter has to access to it, he has to pay $40 to access it. So now, since you have not opened it, the growth of science is impeded. This is one argument. So the alternative opposite argument is closed access, open access. See, in open access, there are 3 types of open access. Okay, the first type of open access is called green open access. Green open access is something like BioRex. Now we have a sub called BioRex. In green open access, you discover something, you write something, that is your freedom. You can publish in your own website. Anybody can read. That is what is called green open access. There is another thing called platinum. BioRex is a platinum. BioRex is very famous. BioRex is very famous in the US. The government is actually supporting BioRex. So if you want to publish something, you can submit your preprint in BioRex. So that is platinum. So you don't have to pay anything. It is free of cost, both to submit as well as to read. Yeah, so that is called platinum. So the third one is gold. In gold, the writers have to pay $1,000 to $10,000 or $20,000. The price goes from 10,000, 1,000 plus one charges 1,000. If go to some of the Elseviers or Springer, they charge up to 10,000, 20,000. BBA 2,000, 2,000,
Yeah, their charges are
2.5 lakhs in rupee, man. In dollar, $10,000. In dollar, if you that 10 lakhs. So some journals like yeah, Elsevier, BBA, for example, Acta Crystallographa, Biophysica, and all, they charge like that. That is a fortnightly journal. The decision is also taken within 1 week. So very fast moving journals. BBA series and all. Yeah, BBA is 10 days. So they charge about 10,000 to $20,000. So that is 20 lakhs. So So you have many options. You have many options. So you want to submit an article to a closed access, it will get 2 years to publish it. That is, no, there's no rate ticket and all. So yeah, see, without money, you cannot do science. No, everybody is, the editor is. Yeah, yeah. So that is why it is called gold and platinum. So there is some checks and balance. There is some checks and balance. See, if somebody can write a wrong data, there is a publisher, because this is all regulated by the government. The court is see, you get an ISSN number. The ISSN number is well regulated. It is coming from France. They have notes in all the 198 countries, and they won't give an ISSN number without identification. Number one, you cannot register a website without your Aadhaar card. Okay, because your DNS comes, your address comes. So you are all completely regulated. Okay, only that Jeffrey Einstein who says talks about predatory, that fellow doesn't have an address. His address is in Ireland. Okay, so he is doing illegal thing. See, Article 19, Article 10 of the Constitution clearly says freedom of expression. Okay, anybody, he may be a fool according to you. According to him, he is an intelligent fellow. So let him say what he wants to say. If you think it is wrong, you write a comment. You publish something wrong about it. Automatically, the good will come and the bad will go down. Okay. Now, right now, Clarivate has around 28,000 journals. This Elsevier fellow has 30,000 journals. Is this sufficient to accommodate 8 billion people? That is the question. So, okay, that is one thing. Yeah, I agree with that.
Facebook and all these people who are controlling it, not possible. That's why governments are taking action. It's not possible. We have a war now right now. People are dying because it's not possible, right? So that's actually what my company was trying to do. I didn't get to that. I didn't get to that, but that technology that I brought up that nobody really understood, right? That technology is actually I only funded the project because I wanted truth to survive on the internet. And that's why I funded that money. Because ultimately, after the company takes off, I have ideas of how to make this so that we will know anything that is published on the web. Anything that is published on the web, you will know who wrote it and whether it's trustable. Okay. Yeah. Good. Good. You are on a very hard path. Because if you're just going to do a Me Too thing for somebody else, they're going to kill you.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Excellent
Yeah,
talk.
Yeah.
Good. Shake hand with them.
But if you want to make this successful, find a way, find a way to convince.
He's not scientist. He's super scientist.
You have to people find a way where you convince me that what you're doing
Next talk.
is better than
We both are from Uttarakhand. So better take. And he is also from Nainital, so that all the legal knowledge you can directly go to.
they're playing the state game.
Sir, please,
They're from the north.
He married a North wife.
I
And
win.
you married a
I win.
Chinese wife. Yeah, he married a Chinese wife. Legally, yeah?
I don't think
Thank you, thank you. Mrs. Minister, any urgent matter? Small boys sit. Thank you very much, Mr. Yogesh Singh. Wonderful talk. We learned something, so we had something to fight. Yeah, very interesting. Ruby and we should take note of Pavitra is also there. We should have taken note. All our team should have taken note of the developments that Mr. Yogesh has given. That's why some some journalists are also here. So, see, he's also a very famous journalist in Tamil Nadu. He knows Hindi, Tamil, Kalaram, and also, he's writing in 4 or 5 journals, normal magazine, so about politicians and so on and so forth. You should also shake hands with him and then,
Why is it the normal part? Normal, not
Yeah.
when you talk about normal people.
Come, we can take a photo. Come. Vaanga. Come. We are all journalists. Come here.
Papers that don't write about
நீங்க வாங்க தொப்பையை குறைச்சிட்டு வாங்க இல்ல உங்களுக்கு நாங்க வந்து மாப்பிள்ளை பார்க்கலங்க பாப்பா கம்
நீ யோசிப்பாரு மாப்பிள்ளை பார்க்கல சொன்னாரு பொண்ணு பார்க்கல சொன்னாரு
he is so shy Subaya come Subaya come one he is also from Ramanathapuram district Rameshwaram photo man please Veera எங்க போயிட்டாரு social reformer, self-writer, RTI activist. So that's it. RTI is very important. So without him, the Pontifical government doesn't run. So he faced problem with everybody. Thank you. Vinny, come. You should have a photo with Yogesh because you are another. She's a silent publisher. She's a silent publisher. She makes more money than you. One photograph. Come. Shake hand. She's a silent publisher. Good to know that giving 40 lakhs. Are you making 50? No, not yet. You're touching. Okay, come. One more photo. Your topic is like that. Okay, next speaker. Can we start the next speaker, Subaya, please? Thank you very much. I would like to request name. And the card எங்க certificate எங்க அவங்க மட்டும் தான் எடுத்தது Okay, I would like to request Miss R. Dineka from Periyar University. What is the name of the college? You have a college name? Okay, Periyar Maniamam, and she is going to talk about evaluating of L-arginine and copper oxide nanoparticle based ointment for in vitro angiogenic enhancement in diabetic wound healing. Yeah, thank you very much. Here is your.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dineka, B.Tech Biotechnology student from Periyar Maniamma Institute of Science and Technology, Tanjavur. Now I'm going to present my project titled as Design and In Vitro Characterization of L-arginine and Copper Oxide Nanoparticle Based Ointment for Potential Chronic Wound Healing Therapy. The background of my study is to develop an arginine copper oxide based ointment to enhance wound healing through improved angiogenesis and tissue regeneration. It is based ointment combining 2 components. One is arginine, another one is copper oxide nanoparticle. The research problem statement is nowadays chronic wounds are a major burden in our country. So I choose chronic wounds to heal to get a solutions. In India, wound prevalence for acute wounds and chronic wounds, the rate is this. and impaired angiogenesis and chronic hypertonia, it is nutrient delivery is very low and delayed healing process. The solution of the problem statement is combining these two components. One is arginine, another one is copper nanoparticles to make an ointment, because arginine promotes cell proliferations and the copper oxide nanoparticles promotes uh, angiogenesis. The novelty and social utility of my project is no one combining these two components. One is arginine, another one is copper oxide nanoparticles for topical ointment. And the social utility of my project is uh, diabetic wounds is the major medical burden. That's why I choose this. These are the methodology of my project. First, making the copper nanoparticle, then combining arginine with copper nanoparticle, then made the ointment, then it is used for antimicrobial activity, cytotoxicity, and wound healing assay. These are the experimental work of my project. These are the preparation of my ointment by using 4 components. One is microzine ointment, then another one is copper nanoparticle and arginine. Another one is paraffin wax. Paraffin wax is the base medium of my ointment. This is the result of my UV visible spectroscopy. UV is used for analyze the presence of copper nanoparticle in my ointment. At 200 nanometer, it confirms the presence of arginine. At 350 nanometer, it presents the confirms of copper nanoparticle. At 350 to 400 nanometer, it presents the confirms of arginine with copper. These are the results of FTIR. FTIR is used to analyze the presence of arginine and capping of arginine and which chemical compound is present in the ointment. This is the result for MTT assay. MTT assay is used to analyze the cytotoxicity in the ointment and also used for cell proliferation rate. These are the results for the different concentration of ointment. I used 4 different concentrations of ointment. It was the results of the absorbance values. It indicates 0.8 to 1.2. 0.8 is used for control. Test 4 indicates more absorption values, and also it indicates the less cytotoxicity and more proliferation rate. These are the results for scratch assay. Scratch assay is a wound healing assay. It is very important for wound healing because when wound created, how it will heals the wound. We will know the wound healing assay. The 2 lines are scratch. I make the scratch using 200 ml tip. After that, 48 hours, the scratch is fully migrated. The cells are fully migrated. It will heal the wound. These are the discussion of the results. My ointment proliferate the arginine kappa ointment, and it is very important for diabetic wound healing. The IC50 value is less than 482. It will indicate less cytotoxicity and more proliferation rate. These are the references. Thank you. No, sir. No, sir. Actually, it is in vitro assay only. I finished the in vitro assay. After that, I enter into in vivo. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. After I get the patent, I enter into try to patients. Yes, sir. Yes. Equal to 80 to 90%. It will. Oh, yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, so that's all nice. You talk about patents, but in the end, whether you can find somebody who are willing to actually do it. What I'm proposing to you is, if you get this much further and you think it works, I'm only here for an hour. I'm leaving. Get it to a certain all the ironing money.
Okay, sir.
Partner of my son. Both new medicine and old medicine. For example, 6 months ago, they decided to go into Rogaine. You know the hair thing, Rogaine, and they decided to make a version of Rogaine here. It is selling like hell. I could use some, but so it sells a lot more. These are serious people, right? And the old man who runs it is dying, but my friend who's younger, business partner, you just happen to talk to somebody who actually knows the one person who does both Ayurvedic medicine. They're the biggest, and they also do Western medicine. So, they're looking for things, and I know the guy well enough that if somebody comes up with something, a young girl from a university, they'll take it seriously. If you have something, I can pass it to them, and they can see whether it's some interest to them. Okay? But you need to get it to more than this. You need to get it to actual patients, right? And you need a proper test. I don't think. Is there anybody medical here? Maybe he knows.
Actually,
Somebody who's got clinical experience.
no, பயப்படாதீங்க நல்லா தான் பண்ணீங்க
Does your
Actually,
professor have clinical experience? He has put out other drugs.
உங்க டீச்சருக்கு தெரியுமான்னு கேட்குறாரு.
Hmm.
தெரியாதான்.
Very.
உங்க டீச்சர் மேல அப்ளை
Topic
பண்ணுங்க.
is so easy. My son's done
என்ன பிளான்ட் மெட்டீரியலா? பிளான்ட் மெட்டீரியல். பிளான்ட் மெட்டீரியலா?
Ah,
Even I mean even yesterday, right? They had a guy with like he was trying some of his material science, right? The leather industry. They were like cutting rats and trying to patent it. That we need to start with like small animals and then
If you go to any university in the world, you'll find thousands of people who've done this kind of thing. Just stop there. Photo, still photo.
You did very good presentation. So you are the final year student, or
yes, sir. Final year students.
so the project you did in your university, or because there was you put
So
in
last year I went to UP, Uttar Pradesh for this project.
with in this company, her company. No. Okay, okay, okay. It's good actually. What he wanted to say that since you prepare the ointment, then ointment, if it is sounds good, then you can able to go. Even though it is a lengthy another process, but it's really is too good. Okay, na?
Thank you, sir.
அப்புறமேட்டு பேசுவோம். It's really interesting. Conversation.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. No, no, no.
Okay, sir.
Just to congratulate her, I asked her to put. Yes, you did very good.
இன்னும்
அங்கே கேமரா
நீங்க எட்ட வாங்க. நீங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் நீ இப்படி எட்ட வாங்க. நீ பிடிச்சிக்கோ. போட்டோ போட்டோ. ரெண்டாயிரம் We'll have a short break for tea break and urine and things like that. Okay? Hey, போய் certificate வாங்கிட்டு வா, விடு.
Anyway, so all of that being anyway. Yes, she has to go. Yeah, that's not wonderful. So otherwise, who's going to do that for us? So, if somebody, listen, if somebody going to do that for us, actual employment, the cost grows, right? And they're not going to do that. They have to sell it what they sell it for. The company doesn't pay you for better medicine. You're not going to pay more. You're going to say, right? It's like, why should I take? I already can't take money. Yeah, so you have to. So normally people do, but if you say, look, I don't mind, then comes up with it, give me something, otherwise it will be maybe a company would be interested. No. You understand? It's not really useful, but maybe just for public interest, they say, look, we help the university. But if you do so, and you can do trial, right? Maybe you can get this started, we have that we will start issues. and patient works and the other guy. So you have to get it across. This type of product not that expensive one. Doing something. So the job can be very, very cheap. Universities are in very good position because they don't have expensive because it's in the hospital setting, right? In the setting. So she, they medical school, they medical school, and she do quantitative. Yeah, so the department medical hospital, they do, and they have all the things what they do, and otherwise, what happens. No, there's a lot of technology physics there, right? And yet, when we get physics there, it goes up all the time. Uh, when we buy, we have a business man. I don't do that.
Final, one more small presentation by Ms. G. Saumya. She is from the Department of Biochemistry and Biotechnology, Annamalai University. She is with three other friends. I don't remember their name, but she's going to talk about target diversity, investigating multi-receptor interactions of antipsychotic drugs through molecular modeling. Thank you. I invite Soumya to deliver a lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Please.
Good
Yours,
afternoon,
please.
sir. No, actually, it was done in my MSc project time, so I'm presenting it now. So actually, I was not planning to
You're
present
supposed
it.
to.
So I just came here. Oh, okay, okay, yes. Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you.
No, they are supporting. For every woman's success, there are four men.
Good afternoon, everyone. And this is my topic: target diversity, investigating multi-receptor interactions of antipsychotic drugs through molecular talking.
இது எப்படி யூஸ் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லி கொடுமா.
Oh.
Light எரியுது.
Okay. So nowadays, most of us, like, we don't know, among us, there will be people, they are going through so many psychotic disorders, depressions, and so on. So, my project was like doing target diversity molecular docking. So I just did, I took 3 of drugs which is already existing, which is approved by FDA. So I have gone through molecular docking using Master Schrodinger software. So I did how the affinity of all those 3 drugs I did. So chloropromazine was the first antipsychotic drugs which was administered for hallucinations and delusions and all. So it has most extrapyramidal side effects. It is just a typical antipsychotic drugs. There are 2 types of antipsychotic drugs. One is typical and the other is atypical antipsychotic drugs. So typical is the first generation. It has so many extrapyramidal side effects like involuntary muscle movements and some other issues in your liver and all. So there comes the atypical antipsychotic drugs, which is second generation drugs. It shows low EPS, extrapyramidal side effects, and it also showed better efficacy than the typical antipsychotic drugs. And atypical antipsychotic drugs, those are mainly act on serotonin and dopamine receptors, and they used as a monotherapy as well as combination therapy too. And these are the drugs which I selected. One is quitapine. It is dibenzodiazepine derivative, which is approved by FDA, and it is mainly given for bipolar disorder. And olanzapine, which is also thiobenzodiazepine derivative, which is also for bipolar. And risperidone, this is also given for bipolar disorders. So I have taken 3 drugs, and then I went for molecular docking. The tools which I have been used was PubChem, SwissAdme, and Uniprot. PubChem to retrieve my ligands. Those are the drugs which I retrieved from it. The canonical smileys which were I retrieved. And the SwissAdme, I used to go through their molecular properties such as their adsorption and molecular weight and all. And Uniprot, I retrieved receptor structures, the protein structures of the receptors where the drugs will bind. So I retrieved all those things, and then I went for docking. So this is the PubChem homepage where I retrieved the 3D structure in STF format. The drugs, the risperidone, quitapine, and olanzapine structures, which I retrieved from PubChem. And then I went for their ADME properties. Then I done docking. So first we need to do the ligand preparation for making it applicable for docking. Uh, which help us to design high quality small molecule ligand structures for structure based visual screening. And then I went for protein receptors, which I retrieved from PDB. So using visual tools like sitemap and glide preparation, which is all done. Here, grid generation is also done. Site mapping is done in protein receptors. It finds the binding pockets. So the pockets where it will be efficient for the selected drugs to bind. And the grid generation is done for the area. So the um, site map done area. So all over the area where the drug is applicable to bind. So where their grid generation is done. And finally, the protein ligand docking is also done. So these are the results. So these are the canonical smileys of the drugs which I retrieved from PubChem. Then I use this for ADME properties to retrieve ADME properties. And I have taken only one docking result, which is serotonin receptor. 5-HT1A is one type of serotonin receptor. So this is quitapine's interactions are there. So the picture is not that clear. The hydrogen bonding is there and pi-pi stacking is also there. This is the 3D image, and that one is the 2D image of receptor and the ligand binding. And this is the docking image of olanzapine. This is 3D and 2D one. And this is a docking image of the risperidone. This one is 3D and that one is 2D, and there you can see the bonds from the ligand to receptor, their interactions. And these are the docking scores. However, the most negative one shows the good binding affinity. That is because when a ligand binds to a receptor, it releases energy. So the more negative means the more energy has been released, and it shows that more binding affinity and efficacy towards that receptor. So these are all the binding scores which I got for these for quitapine and olanzapine and risperidone. Here I've taken serotonin receptor, dopamine, adrenaline receptor, and GABA, and histamine, and so other receptors where all the drugs will go and bind. So I retrieved everything, and I went for molecular docking for every receptor with the respective drugs. And here are my conclusions. It shows the drugs and their affinity towards what are all the receptor. It shows major affinity. Um, Molecular docking is really important before getting into in vitro or in vivo thing. If For lead optimization and all, it is really important. So I took these antipsychotic drugs, and everyone thinks that one drug will bind to only one receptor. But here, what my point is, like, drugs has diversity, so it will go and bind with so many other receptors, and this will make us to understand their efficacy and their diversity, and it will also help us to optimize according to our study too. So it is really important. So that is what I said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So you are what, BSc?
Now I'm a PhD scholar, sir,
No,
but this
what
was
is
my
your
master's.
what is your BSc chemistry?
Biotechnology, MSc
Bi-
in
oh,
biotechnology.
integrated.
No, sir. 2 years I did in Annamalai. Now I'm doing PhD in
BSc. Where did you do your BSc?
KRMMC from Adayar.
Huh?
It is in Chennai. Kumararani Meena Muthaya College.
Adair where?
In
MGR is there.
No, Gandhi Nagar.
Gandhinagar.
Behind the Kaveri Hospital, I guess.
Behind Gandhinagar. I'm in Indira Nagar, so I should know. I don't know whether the
Opposite to Cancer Institute, there will
oh
be
yeah,
one
yeah.
road.
Railway station.
Yeah, yes.
Kotupuram railway station.
Kotupuram Railway
Oh, okay. So I want to know the location where.
It is
so,
affiliated to Madras University.
so now you are a PhD student in biotechnology.
Yes, sir.
So based on that, they will ask question. So you should be some 12th standard student, and then. Okay. But before that, I'll tell. He only.
Okay, sir.
Mike.
PhD, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to tell you flat out, the conclusion is probably wrong. Okay? Okay, I'm pretty sure.
Sir, sorry, sir, I couldn't hear. Yes, sir.
You will find out later. Okay? I like my okay.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir.
Just garbage.
So did you decide who will be the winner? You have to
You're
decide.
finding so many.
No winner because nobody came. Why winner?
10 people are there.
No terms and conditions.
But फिर भी sir we should.
They are expecting a winner, is it?
Maybe I think. No, because everything is written sir in that everything winner will get the prize or.
True, but terms and condition is also written there.
Yes, we can get some kind of award or something that can be given.
What
Best
award?
presenter.
Nobody presented.
No, sir, that's
Only three people.
three people are there.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, sir. Yeah, completely. Currently, I'm working in depression too, so I'm
Right.
going through.
There are lots of companies that are getting funded, and we are providing the tools where you put the EEG and see whether when you give the drug whether it makes a change. I don't think that's going to work either. We do. So it is a realization after 50 or 60 years that nobody knows that they actually make any difference. Okay? Nobody knows. Many drug companies stopped doing mental health.
I think
2 years they were doing it, they just killed all the funding. Okay? So leave that aside. Let's assume that it works, right? They must already
I
know.
didn't expect that. At least that the first boy was little scared.
It's only three people.
They don't.
Only three.
Do they know or not? Do you,
We should
the
have gone for online
they don't.
consultation, sir. We should
Very
have
tough
gone
to
for.
handle.
No, sir. Google Meeting. I'll give you.
I'm going to tell you that, this is just basically confirming what they did. Because you don't know either.
Yes.
That's really what it is. I frankly do not think that it's binding. I mean, you found all these pockets. It may bind to all those things, but that's not what's making it work. You probably haven't found the one thing that it actually binds to in one drug, in one place, and it works. Okay? It's just the tools are not good enough, and you're just finding pockets. By the way, I don't know. I haven't kept up with this nonsense. I don't have to. Okay, I got into this business. Nothing's improved. Okay, right? This Schrodinger, when you put the grid, you put the residues, right? You lock in the residues,
Yes, sir.
and then you lock in your drug. You place it, and then the the drug is moved on the grid, right?
Yes.
Location to location. Each time you put it on the grid on a location, you spin all the angles on the drug and the side chains, do they move or not? No.
No.
You're just static.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, completely
Okay?
agree with you.
No. I'm asking this because I left the field 25 years ago because they hadn't solved this problem yet.
Yes.
If you don't do that, it's useless. Okay? So fundamentally, if you don't do that, you're not going to find the answer.
Yes.
Because I'm going to ask you something. Those who, if anybody's paying attention, at least the three of your partners, okay?
Yes.
All right? When you move the static drug, the drug is in this linear position. You didn't rotate it, okay? So it's in a linear position. These are the side chains, the residues in the grid. This is the grid location. Everything's good. You finish, and you move over here. When you move it, does some of this, your drug, clash into some of the residues? It does, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then what do? You don't move anything.
Yes.
In real life, it moves.
Yeah. Yes.
Both sides give.
Yes.
The amount of energy that you will, okay. If you were doing a PhD, this is the question. Where's that chemist of yours? Is he here? He left? Okay. He'll be a better person to answer this question. Okay? Hey boys, the three of you. I'm gonna do something for you, okay? Here. You're gonna learn something today. Here. What is the biggest force when you're doing all these calculations? What's the biggest force you have, right? What is the biggest things? Okay? This is why I wanted that answer. Because everybody seems a stupid, they see a stupid dotted line and they think it's, does anybody tell me, what is the hydrogen bond? What does it give you? How many kilocalories? It's not even half. It's water, man. Water is just binding and leaving and, it's just nothing. Okay, here. Okay? If you run into that wall, what happens to you? You charge into that door. What happens to you? Break your face. When you take two atoms and you smash them, what happens? Do they break? No. They're so strong. When you push two atoms together, you want to push it harder? The chemist will tell you, you need the entire energy of the entire universe to push them. Did you get that? When you get two clashes, you push it a little bit more. You need the entire energy of the universe. And you're talking about a hydrogen bond? The steric clash is huge. The steric clash is huge. Okay? And I'll demonstrate this to you. Since you did you know what a Leonard-Jones potential is? Van der Waals. You know, right? Can you draw it? One of you can draw the Van der Waals potential, the steric clash potential, the 612. You shouldn't be in this business if you're not doing it. Okay, I don't care if you come from biotech and you're using the software. This is the basic stuff. Okay, I'll draw it for you. Here, give me a pen. Here. Here. This is this, okay? This is your atom. That's your atom. Okay? This is an atom. There's an electron spinning around, right? That's one atom. Okay. This is the radius. This is where, when you push two atoms, so if you have another atom, if it's here, it's fine. You bring it closer, you bring it here, it's clashing. Okay? That means anything, when another atom comes as close as to this point on this graph here, you will see the energy. It's going to push it back. So that's what's called the van der Waals. Okay? So this, okay. Let me just draw this here. Okay. Actually, it's negative, so let's draw it negative. Okay, here. This is what the energy will be around here. This is positive, this is energy. Okay? This is negative energy, means it's attracting, right? Usually at van der Waals is like this. Okay? Why? When you're far away, two atoms don't care. They don't, right? You don't see each other far away. When you get close, when two atoms get close, there's water in between. Generally, atoms don't like water nearby unless there's a hydrogen bond or something. They don't like it. So when you put things together, there's an energy, when things get close together, you push the water out. There's in between, small water molecules, right? When you push them out, you're basically taking things and putting in one corner, right? But if the atoms have charges in them, it's different. They want to be separated. But just the neutral atom, right? Carbons, two carbons. When they come, when you put them close together, because you displace the water, there's a little bit of energy gain. So things like to be closer together. So that's why you have negative energy, right? Far away, there's no energy. It's neutral. It's a zero. But when you get close to the point where the two are touching, do you know what happens to the energy? Because it's pushing back. It goes way up into the millions of skies. It's called a 612. This is power of 6, this curve. This is called a 12. You got that? So you cannot push two things harder than that. Just like if you run into that door, you can't push the door anymore. Your face breaks or the door breaks. That's because of this. Okay? That is the strongest energy. Okay? It doesn't matter if he puts it up. It doesn't matter. So it's 612. Okay? That is the most important thing. Every other energy you're talking about is before you touch each other. Then all the hydrogen bond, everything happens, right? Okay? So what you're doing in this calculation is, okay, right, for all of, just so you all know, if you don't want to know about the state of the art of drug design, that is a company, the software that they're using, Bill Gates put in $500 million just recently, okay, to save that company. It's my colleague, friend's company. He's an idiot, okay, I'm sorry. He's just going off doing junk, okay? And the person who invented all this, and he's the first person to try it, was Michael Levitt. The guy, there was a picture of him I showed, Michael. I worked with Michael. Michael will tell you this is all garbage. He knows, okay, right? Okay, this is the best we can do, but so people use it. I haven't been there in 10, 15 years. I don't know what Schrodinger actually does. I know the story, where it came from. That's why I asked her the question. They still haven't solved that problem, okay? This is what it is, okay? So you know.
Thank you.
Okay?
Subhaya, thank you.
No, it's not a question of thank you. Because these people are doing work, okay? They came to your place to present, right? And if you don't know what you're doing, you need to understand this part. You're going to do a PhD on this, okay? Right? Listen, I'll finish very quickly. You have a drug molecule, right? It's like this. Does the drug molecule stay like this? No, right? It spins, right? There's atoms that can change. It's many, many billions of combinations. So you can bend like this, it can bend like that. We don't know how it binds, right? It goes in. When it binds something, it could twist. You don't know. The number of combinations is quadrillion, right? Okay? Now, in your drug, in your big protein, you found a pocket. You found a hole. Okay, great. You think it might bind there. Now, the hole has side chains, right? Those side chains can spin, right? They can move. Of course they do, right? In the water, they're moving. They like a stable state like this, then they move like this. So if something comes close to them and push, this will move this way, correct? And the thing that is coming can also move, twist, because it's got internal twist. If it's small, you cannot twist. Yeah, that's the right one, okay? Right. So if it's not small, you see, when they're close together, if it has no charge, right, is neutral, then they attract a little bit when they get close because water is trying to get out of the way, right? But when you get too close, it's basically you're running into a wall. This is much, 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 much stronger, 100 million times stronger than the hydrogen atom, hydrogen bond, okay? So what I'm trying to tell you is that when you have, so the way you do the calculation is, right, you draw the grid of the pocket because you think that stuff outside doesn't matter, right? Then you make it into grid points, draw a grid. You take your molecule, your drug molecule, you put it in one of the places on the grid. Okay, let's say it's not touching all the other things yet, right? Not too close. You move it a little bit this here and there, and then you find some energy, right? Done. You write a number, -3, -4. Then you move it to the next grid point, right? What happens if you move it to the next grid point, and your molecule is now one part of your molecule that you're not twisting, keeping it stiff. That part is touching one of the side chains. It's already overlapped. In reality, if you did that, this has to move away because of this thing. It'll move away. It'll twist out. But you're not doing that. In your calculation, your computer is only doing this. Put it on top like this and calculate the energy. Your big number is going to be this clash, right? Because it's there. It's too close. You're going to use this equation to calculate. You're too close, so you get a very big number, right? Which is in reality useless because it's clashing, right? Right? It's just a big number. It doesn't help you anymore. So you say it doesn't bind there. That's fine. How do you know that in real life it moved? It would have moved because it can twist this way, this will twist that way. So when you're searching it, you're using useless search because most of the time things move away. You understand what I just said? Just like when you run into that thing, you stop, right? So in reality, that's what's happening. So you're not doing all those calculations. You're just moving it dumbly like this and hoping for the best. You're not even seeing the most important interactions. That's why all your answers come out to be -6, -7, -9, and so on. There is an answer in there that's -18, but things have to move, right? So these calculations are not very good. And so her conclusion is that she found several places on several molecules, that's therefore it might bind across all of them. It's not right, most likely. It's just, you're just finding pockets in your calculations. Oh, here I found a pocket that a little bit of binding, a little bit of binding, a little bit of binding. But the true binding is probably -18 or -20 on one of the molecules only. Do you understand? You haven't found it, that's all, right? You don't, in real life, you can't, you don't make a drug that binds 20 different places. It just doesn't happen, right? If a drug bound 6 different places in your body, you probably die, okay? It's toxic, okay? It doesn't do that, okay? You found one that binds one. Do you understand what I'm just trying to tell her? So all this has to be invented. Someday computers will be faster and everything. But you need to know what you're doing. It's okay that you're not programming it. You're not programmers. You're using someone else's tool. But you need to understand what the tool is capable of. So I don't mean, what you did is good. Somebody's got to do it. Nobody's done it. Maybe you found the answer. If you had one single answer that was -18, very good. Oh, maybe you lucked out. You found it. You can go and test in the test tube. Then it happens sometimes, and that's why we use these tools. But not, what you're doing. So you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Yeah. I hope she understands it because she's going to do a PhD on this. She's got to get better at this. Okay? Yeah.
Yes, cons.
Huh?
Cons.
Yeah.
Of anti-psychotic drugs through molecular modeling. So anti-psychotic, what do you mean by anti-psychotic?
Someone who's going to talk to you.
What is what is the English meaning for psychotic?
I can give you people who are psychotic from.
Nice question, sir, but people who are having bipolar, schizophrenia, like away from the normal world. I should not say normal and abnormal. That is also wrong.
Are you telling mad people?
No, no, I don't want to put it in that way.
Okay. So how do you want to put it?
It's fine. That's the old word was mad. It's good enough.
I would say awaken people, like they
Awakening people.
Yeah, spiritually awaken or
That they are spiritual people.
She's not going to make
No,
sense.
I mean, we have to see as a PhD student,
Yes, sir.
what matters
Try
here
to
is
be nice,
making.
you're not going to find the F.
So as a PhD student,
We all know.
what matters is making love with the words. Let's say you want to fall in love with this boy. First you should write a poem, right? One
Yes.
kavida and tell how good he is. For that you need a language, may that be English or Tamil. So you have to understand each and every word. So psychotic means something to do with bipolar.
Yes.
So what is bipolar then?
The person will have both condition like extreme happiness, the manic and the depressive state together.
Onion, you mean onion?
Uh, no, that is some kind of personality disorder, but
Okay.
bipolar is different from that.
So how do you differentiate personality disorder from bipolar disorder?
They will behave like the characters which they were seen from movies or from their day-to-day life and all. But bipolar is something different from that.
Is bipolar genetic?
Some says genetic also involved in it, but it is how neurotransmitters
So
plays
are you linking bipolar to behavioral?
Yes, sir.
Environment and behavior
Yes, of
makes
course.
something to
Yeah.
do with that.
Yeah.
Okay, now what is the meaning of the word docking?
The binding of two,
Then you can call binding, right? Why you want to use docking?
like it is binding to the
No, why you are using the word docking? I want to know the meaning for the word docking. Let's assume I don't know. Hey, listen, I want absolute silence. Annamalai, okay? She's talking on your behalf, okay? I'm asking questions. So what is the meaning of the word docking? What is the origin of the word docking? You are from Annamalai, right?
Yes, sir.
So Annamalai has a seashore. You have a beach.
Yes, sir.
So you don't have a port.
No
You-
port.
Have you seen a port?
Yes.
So in the port, there's something called the ship.
Oh, the dock. Yes.
So,
Yes. Okay, sir.
so where do they dock the ship?
In the middle of the
They
city,
don't, not in the middle of the ship.
like
There will be an anchor, there is a place
yes.
where you can insert something, right?
Yes, yes.
That is the
Like
origin.
locking.
Locking.
kind of
Because
thing.
you want to lock something.
Yes.
Now, do you know the origin of the word docking?
Yes.
So it is coming from dock. A dock is coming from the port. Port is for the ship. Okay, you want to dock something small into something big. So now, what is a molecule?
A compound or
Then you call it compound. Now, what is the difference between a molecule and an atom?
a group of atoms. It is a molecule. Like
Okay,
atom
very
is
good.
a single.
So, what is Avogadro number?
Oh my God.
Do you remember the value of Avogadro number?
Something 3 point. I don't remember. Sir.
6.023 into 10 to the power 23.
6.
Now, what is the meaning of Avogadro number?
Actually, it's
Because
about
see, your topic depends on all
Yes.
these questions.
Yes,
If
sir.
you know these questions, you partly know something about the topic. So that is why I'm testing, because after this I'm giving you 1,000 rupees. Okay. So I should at least ask you these questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, you are
The
right.
easier way to make 1,000 rupees, please leave.
But I also agree with you.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
should not give the money free also. But if we
what is the meaning of Avogadro number? What?
Actually, it's about
See,
electrons.
you choose to do PhD in bioinformatics. Nobody called you to do PhD.
Actually, I'm not doing my PhD in
The biotechnology.
Yes.
Biotechnology, bioinformatics is part of biotechnology.
Yes.
Without bioinformatics, no biotechnology.
Yes.
But we need biotechnology to prove bioinformatics, right?
Nice.
So you should know what is Avogadro number.
Yes.
Avogadro number is nothing but the number of molecules present in one molar solution of any substance.
Yes, sir.
Can I just insert one question? In the Avogadro number, what is the most important part? So the number, you said it's 6, 10 to 23 and everything. What is the most important part of that number?
I don't know, sir.
The answer is 23. The 6 doesn't matter. It's the fact that it's a huge number. Nobody cares what the number is. It's very large number, 10 to the 23. And the 6 doesn't matter. I don't even remember and I don't care. And I'm sure it's not the right. I'm sure whoever measured it, it wasn't 6, it was 7. But it's a 10 to the 23 that is the big thing, okay? And that's what he's trying to tell you. So what does that big thing mean is where his next question is going to be. He started with docking, right? And he's now getting to the Avogadro number. So he's fishing for something, let's use it. What is he fishing for? You should be able to jump immediately and say it.
Yes.
Okay?
So I'm just reading from here. So what is a
The
target?
fishing.
It's the receptors where those.
Then you
drugs,
call it receptor. Why you want to use target?
if after binding, like we may say.
Binding also it is receptor only.
No,
Like,
it's a software. In Schrodinger, they'll tell you it's a target.
No. So let's say you.
What is a target?
Yeah. What my question?
Very good explanation which nobody can able to explain.
yes, sir.
The way how the thing now you will not forget. Anybody asks what is a docking, even midnight also will explain because of his explanation.
Yes, sir.
So what is a target? Let's say you want to marry him. No, he is your target.
Yes.
Correct or not? Now what is the target now? Maybe you want to marry Subaya, let's assume. So he is your
I'm
target.
not available.
But he has $1 billion. But she is interested. Okay. No.
Good.
Not $1 billion, right? $1 billion. He has $1 billion.
Love
Okay.
is blind. So
That's right. not to money.
no, here we are talking about love, not with love.
No. It's blind, but not to money.
So, okay, target. What is a target?
Like wherever the drug feels like binding.
Why should it feel? The drug is not falling in love. No, why did they use because you choose the topic.
Yes, sir.
You choose the topic. So first of all, you should understand the English meaning of the topic. Forget about the solution. Okay. Why is a target? Target with reference to what? Hey, please, Vardarajan. Vardarajan, don't talk. So target with respect to what? So here is a target with reference to your marriage or love or other things. Now here, what is a target means? Whom are you targeting?
Whether the antipsychotic drugs targeted to the receptors.
No, you are targeting the disease.
Okay.
So the word target is used with reference to the disease.
Okay.
And the disease is caused by the bacteria or virus. In sometimes it may be chronic. Target is with reference to the disease which is caused by a bacteria or virus or a parasite, an external agent. So now you are targeting the bacteria because you hate that boyfriend. Correct or not? Let's say you hate your boyfriend, you block his number. Correct or not? Now you want to block his number. So that is the drug. Okay, that is very good. See, you chose this particular word, target diversity. No, target is a you understand? Now, what is diversity?
Like
Define English word for diversity. What is the English meaning for diversity?
More.
Then you say more, right? Why are you using diversity? What is diversity?
Many more
Like-
boyfriends.
Yeah, different
Different
and
ones.
different and many more.
Different boyfriends.
Yes, it's different receptors and that.
So, okay, I mean, all boyfriends are male, all homo sapien, correct or not? Okay, can you marry a chimpanzee?
No, sir.
I did.
No, what? No difference between human and chimpanzee. No. Now you think the word diversity with reference to chimpanzee, human, and musculus. See, that is exactly because the molecules are more diverse. Some may be very small, some may be very big. Now we are comparing elephant and human being. Now the choice are not like boyfriends. You understand? But all boyfriends are human beings. Now what is the meaning of the word diversity?
Like different characteristics in, like, if we take it as a boyfriend, he'll different characters among those people. So likewise.
Yeah, and so the whole idea is that you should be able to explain what you want to intend to say. I'm just trying to help you here.
Yes.
See, target diversity. That means you want to develop one drug targeting multiple targets, solving different disease. Now you are trying to be God.
No, I'm just.
No, the title says that.
Yes.
That is never going to happen.
Yes.
You want multiple targets, you want one solution. How is that possible?
Yes.
So the title is fiction, isn't it?
Yes.
I know your supervisor gave that because he or she want to be sexy. So she gave that. Now, do you understand the problems with the title?
Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes.
So you cannot, for example, the society cannot allow you to marry 5 men. Then you will become Panjali of that current century.
Yes, sir.
You understand? So when you choose a title, you should ask the right questions to do the stuff, whatever is required. Anyway, so I'm not getting into what you presented. I was just waiting for this certificate so I can ask some questions. Okay, thank you very much for your
you.
patience and we appreciate your boldness and
Thank you.
Yeah.
now you shake hand, only hand. Okay. Okay, because she is a protein modeler.
Oh, it's a video. Okay. Good. Yeah. Good job.
So with this, we are coming to a conclusion for this afternoon session. So we have a small session after lunch, and that's a one-on-one discussion between Dr. Subaya, myself, and few other colleagues. So with that, we'll conclude today. So right now, we'll break for lunch. Thank you very much. So with this, the live is also coming to a conclusion. Okay. So the live maybe we'll continue the live. Continue panna. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. One more. Sorry. One more. 1,000 Soumya, Ritika, Yogesh. Okay, now let's call Yogesh Shah. Subhaya, please come. Come over there.
Don't spend it all at once. Don't spend it all at once.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You can also contribute 1 lakh next time for the sponsorship.
No, I'm serious. If you can find some way. No.
We have to give.
You are getting attracted by you.
The reason I'm Because you've spurned him. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. What? Another one?
Are you going to share these with your friends?
That's good. So,
Congratulations. Allah PhD.
yeah. So this conclusion is supported by your supervisor. She, your conclusion that it binds to multiple is supported by your supervisor.
Actually,
Yeah. If you publish this paper, you'll be attacked. I'm telling you. Okay. But so, you know, sometimes in science, sometimes what? What is your problem? Okay, what? Yeah. Yeah.
Mathematics Private Limited, and an honor to have you. And you are my advisor during my doctoral program. So we just want to know more about you. You have done so many things, not only in science, but also in terms of the society and entrepreneurship, business, and ideas and ideas and ideas. So tell me, you are basically born in India, right?
I was conceived in Singapore, but I was born in India.
Yeah, so you're born in India, Tamil Nadu.
Tamil Nadu.
Okay, which district was that?
A town called Natrasangotai, which is not too far from Madurai, probably 30 kilometers.
So that's a part of Sivagangai district.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So after that, you moved to Singapore. Your parents moved to Singapore.
Well, my family's been in Singapore for 150 years.
Right. So
150 years. So they were already in Singapore. They just came, I was born here. We go back and forth. I was born here. But they were already in Singapore for 70, 80 years, 100 years already. So I just went back, going back and forth. So after I was born, I went back to Singapore.
Great. So you did your schooling in Singapore then?
Everything in Singapore. I'm older than Singapore. I'm older than the nation of Singapore. When I was born, it was still British India. So my first passport was British India passport. Yeah.
So you were a student of Anglo-Chinese?
Yeah, which is...
Dover? Dover?
No. Dover was new.
New one, okay.
When Dover got started, I was the first batch going into the Dover new building. The original building, well, there were two. There was one for 100 years. Then the next one was in the city of, in the middle of the city, near the Parliament building. And it's now a library, but that's where I was for the most of the time. Then for secondary school, there was another location in Bukit-Timah, which is near the Indian district, Little India. That's where I was, and then they opened the Dover. So then for the last 2 years, I went to the Dover.
Great. So after your schooling, like you had a plan to go to UK. Or was it an accident, or you just had a plan?
No, I don't know about an accident. Everyone in my school went to Cambridge or Oxford. It was just a school. It was the top school in the world. It's like your Doon school, but much better. It's the number one school in the high school for 30, 40, 50 years, basically. Singapore schools are the best. And it was the best school in Singapore. And I just happened to go there, and everyone did well. So I was expected to do well. All of us went to Cambridge. 20, 30, 40 of us, everybody went to Oxford and Cambridge. Nobody went to the US, but we all went to Oxford, Cambridge. And eventually, I was part of the group. I was the top student in the country. You call it 10 plus 2, the GCE over in A levels. I was the top student. Well, there was another one with me. Two of us were joint in the whole world. So we automatically, people would be accepted at Oxford, Cambridge, basically. So, yeah, so I finished there, not because it was just my friends did so, I did so, that's all.
So you were at Imperial College?
I went to Imperial because I was accepted. I was actually accepted to do Tamil literature. I wanted to do Tamil literature. So I was accepted at Cambridge. There are only 2 or 3 universities today that teach Tamil. Berkeley is one. Harvard is teaching it now. And then there's UPenn and there's Cambridge. That's it. Those are the international universities in Singapore that teach Tamil. So I was going to do Tamil, but then Maggie Thatcher was president at the time, Prime Minister. At the time, British subjects, Singapore was still considered a British subject. Canadians are still British subjects. They still keep a relationship. So British subjects didn't have to pay school fees. So there was no college fees. You just had to pay for your home and your food and so on. So it's quite relatively cheap. Singapore was not rich at the time. It was reasonably rich. But UK was still expensive. So you only had to pay for your food. But after I was admitted, Maggie Thatcher came out and said, we're going to charge foreign students full fees.
All right.
So all of a sudden the price went up 2 times, and that was for any school except Oxford and Cambridge. Oxford and Cambridge, you have a system. They have colleges. There's the university, and then there's 30 colleges. You become a member of the college for life, actually, and then you pay for the college, and you also pay for the university. So it became 3 times more expensive, and my parents couldn't really handle it. So I took the third choice, which was Imperial. And Imperial did not have that college system. You only had to pay double. So I went to Imperial, and at that point, I really thought, okay, my parents were not that interested in Tamil literature because they were paying. And I thought, how about English literature? I was very good at English. I was the top student probably in the world in English writing at that time. And so I wanted to do that, and then I changed my mind. My parents thought, why not engineering or medicine? I said, that's stupid, I'm not interested. And so in the end, I settled on mathematical physics, and so I went to London. I didn't expect to go to Imperial, and I didn't expect at the time doing mathematical physics. I was,
So there is a mathematical physics. So the physics itself is mathematical.
No.
Okay.
Most mathematicians will call physicists don't know any mathematics. That's what they'll say. Most mathematicians will tell even physicists that you're idiots, you don't know any mathematics. The only type of physicist where a mathematician would say, maybe you know some mathematics is mathematical physicists. You know, people who do quantum gravity, stuff like that. But all the other physicists, they'll laugh at you if you say that you do mathematics. Mathematics is quite different. It's very difficult. I did mathematical physics, but I don't think I'm good enough to do actual mathematics.
So do that course still exist in Imperial College?
Yeah, it's one of the best places in the world for mathematical physics. Yeah, they got a lot of Nobel.
But that's
in
not
fact, Imperial was better for mathematical physics at that time and even now than Cambridge or Oxford. It is a better department. The latest Nobel Prize that was given for the God particle was Kibble. Kibble was my professor too at that time. I mean, my mentor. I mean, not just a professor. 3 students are assigned to a professor to look after you during the whole time. There are a couple hundred students, but they give you a professor who looks after you for 3 years personally. I had 2 people, they changed it. One was Abdus Salam, who was a Nobel laureate from Pakistan, theoretical physics. And then Kibble, after I left, Kibble won the Nobel Prize. I mean, the group of people did. And it's for the God particle. So these are, if you rank Nobel Prizes, Salam's prize and Kibble's prize are like the best prizes you could get in Nobel Prize, because it's the root of all physics, grand unification and everything. So yeah, and so that is an incredibly strong department in mathematical physics.
Did anything interesting happen to you when you were in Imperial College?
Lots of interesting things happened.
One example, and one small one.
One example? Okay.
Did you meet the Queen when you were young?
No, I'll tell you that it was interesting. They have a tradition of charity that is quite different from Singapore and anywhere else. And some king had given the permission to do all this. So my college was in London, Imperial, and they made money for charity during 1 week called Rag Week. And I was very involved in all of that. I didn't go to class as much, but I was very involved. And what we would do with things like on that day, there's a fight. It's a longer story, but there's a fight. So we go to the river where the sailing club is. It's about 3 miles away. There are 3 schools: the miners, the engineers, and the scientists. So we break up into 3 groups, and they fight for an oar. Mostly men. There were not many women in the school. But so an oar, rowing oar. There's a classical one. You fight with each other to see who wins, and then you get charity based on it. So we all would get in, and the guys would all go to this market, the fish market, and collect all the dirty fish and the blood and everything else, all the dirty stuff, rotted vegetables. They bring it all. The rest of us will dress up in garbage bags, trash bags, wrap up our body as much as we can. Then we take the train. And when the train comes in, the subway train comes in, we all want them to leave. So the leader will scream an African chant. Kingala, Kingala, Kingala. Everybody leaves the train. We all get in. Then we get to this place 5 stops later. There's a beach, it's cleared. We have this big fight. 2 groups fight. The third group is a terrorist group. They do whatever they want. Eventually we capture the other team, shave his head, and throw him in the river. And then we all get dirty, totally, blood, fish all over the face. We get totally and then we all get up, we finish, we clean the place up, and then we take the train back, right? This time we're stinking like hell. 400 people, 500 people. Then we decide to stop at the one station before our college. That's Harrods, the biggest, the Queen shops there. The Queen's, that's where you pay $40. If you go to London, you definitely go to Harrods. You'll pay £40 to go and have a cup of tea. You sit down at 4 o'clock tea in a beautiful place. Well, we all turn up in all our junk and we rock right up. They know we do it every year. So we turn up and they'll all leave. They can't stop us. So we all sit, all this, and we have our cup of tea and we go home, and we generate a lot of money for this. And so they still do that, I think. But there are other things like that we do. As a lecturer, all the kids will come late. We'll all sit in steep places. And if you don't like a lecturer, you'll throw paper airplanes all the time. If you don't really like the lecturer, you take toilet rolls and you'll stream them during lecture, 100 people. Then, these are all the smartest people. One of my classmates who arranged this was my friend who did this with me. He invented OLED television, OLED. He invented it. He then became number 2 at Oxford. He ran all of Oxford. Now he went to Saudi Arabia for money. These are really smart people, okay? But this is, I'm trying to tell you, life is very, these are intelligent people, okay? They're creative. This is how so after that, they throw this stuff. If you really hate the lecturer at the end of the year, it's very steep. 200 students. We take a full, full watermelon and we throw it down in splashes. Now, but the lecturers are very cooperative. They think it's all okay, it's all fun. So so during the RAG week, the charity week, they allow themselves to be hit by terrorists. So my job was to collect money. So we will collect money. We don't like a student or we don't like a teacher. People will give money, and you'll make pies, cream pies like cake, and they'll wear, glasses like a terrorist and cover. The hit team comes out and hits people, and the guy gets, in the class, he gets total, and the professors will allow it. If you really don't like the guy, you put baked beans, Baked beans really are sticky and horrible.
So you liked all the naughty things
Of course,
in UK.
because
Okay,
that's
great.
what, that's exactly why the Singapore system will always fail.
Right.
Singapore produces the best results, the top students over and over and again for 60 years, but we'll never create a Nobel scientist because you're not giving the freedom for kids to do what they want.
So what really made up your mind to go to the USA, and why did you
I did
choose?
not. I was not going to go to the US. I mean, I knew US had good schools. I had no idea Harvard was great. I thought Caltech was good. It was a great thing I didn't go. I was British. I was brought up British. I didn't know much about America. By then, Harvard was a really good school. It's just that, didn't know. But I won a fellowship this time. I won the #1 fellowship in England at that time. And you couldn't stay because Margaret Thatcher has increased the fees. So there's only a scholarship for like 5 PhDs. That's all. Foreign students can only get 5 PhDs in all of England, the 80 universities. And Oxford had a couple, and Cambridge had a couple, and Edinburgh had one. And if you applied to that, everybody who applies to the foreign students who apply to it, almost always is a mathematical physicist. Mathematical physicists are considered like the smartest people, they usually are, or mathematicians. So they're the only ones who apply. So when they apply, every year they find that the smartest students are mathematical physicists. So every year they're giving it for mathematical, and they don't like it. So they said, okay, every 5 years we'll give it to a mathematical physicist. Well, I applied. I had no other choice. I wasn't going to get my parents to give me money to do a PhD that's useless, essentially. So, but I wanted to do mathematical physics. Everybody told me not to. All the professors came down and said, no jobs in physics. You're going to end up on Wall Street. It's great. They talked us all out of it. Most of us, I was the only one eventually who listened. Nobody else did. But I decided at first that I wanted to go anyway. So I had somebody write me a letter, and I applied. And amazingly, I got all 5. I got all 5, and I got accepted for mathematical physics by all 5 of them, including in Cambridge, it was Trinity College. That's the best for science. In St. John's, my son went there. It's the most prestigious college at Oxford. Both had one scholarship each out of the 5 in the country. Both gave it to me. I was shocked. I had no idea why I got all 5. I was ready to go home. I'm not going to get this.
So you chose Harvard?
No, I did not. When I got those fellowships, I found, if you want to know the reason why I got it, I didn't know that the professor who wrote me that letter, I showed a picture below, was previously had been the head of Trinity College, Cambridge, okay? And he was the head of the Royal Society for a while. He's a chemist, head of the Royal Society. So he's an incredibly powerful guy. I had no idea. I knocked on his lab and I said, can I work in your lab? And I'd worked for a while, and I had no idea. So because of that letter, he was able to change everything, and I got in. But he always told me, I hope you change your mind. I don't want you to do physics. Go do biology. Forget this physics. The future is biology. Go. And I always had done a little bit of biology. I won that prize in Singapore and everything. I knew biology. I was good at everything. But my heart was in physics. So then the guy says, but he says, you'll change your mind. Don't worry about it. So he says, okay, I'll write you a letter. You got me the scholarship. So I was so happy to get it because I was traveling at the time. I had decided to hitchhike across from London to India through the Iran-Iraq war, right through hitchhike. And so I was going through Muslim countries. And so I didn't know whether I was accepted or not. Anyway, when I went back to, let me explain. I had already been accepted. I had decided I was going to go to Cambridge to work with Stephen Hawking. I'd already gone to see him. He said he'll take me as long as I get the fellowship. So I got the fellowship. But then they gave me a month and a half to decide. And I said, okay, so I was traveling. But I was always thinking maybe I shouldn't do physics. Everybody's telling me not to do it, right? And here's the thing that is of interest. The fellowship I accepted at Trinity was given to Newton himself 400 years ago, a few hundred years ago, Newton himself. And and Trinity College is the oldest college at Cambridge, and they have a 600-year-old cellar. You drink there, mister. So 600-year-old cellar. It's the oldest cellar for drinks outside what the Queen has. So you get one old bottle every year. 600. And if you've seen the movie, what is it? There's a movie, a very famous movie, won an Oscar, Evangelist. There's a music as well. Anyway, there's a scene there where they show you that If a student walks across the lawn, the beautiful lawn, in Trinity College, you get kicked out of college. There's a scene in the movie, it's an Oscar-winning movie, and they do it. Now, it turns out that the one time, and the only one time, the people who can walk across the lawn are the professors when they wear their ancient, garments. So when they don't like a student, they talk to the student and make him walk across the lawn to get rid of him. It's well known. It's lots of stories.
Right.
But I was given a robe because as a scholar, you came with this robe. With that robe, I am the only student who will be allowed to walk on the lawn. So that tempted me a lot, but I didn't take it. In the end, I thought about it when I went back to Singapore after my travels, and I called him and said, no, you know what? I don't think I'm going to do physics. I'll go do biology, biophysics. So I asked him, where do I go? He said, I always told you you should go to US. I said, I haven't applied. So I thought what he would do is call them and change my fellowship, and I go to Cambridge. Cambridge was very good. It's the beginning of all molecular biology. So I'll just switch department, with the same college scholarship. He said, no, you don't want to go to England. The Ph.D. is only 3 years. You don't learn anything. So biology has become much more complicated. You need 5 or 6 years. So where do I go? He said, Harvard. I said, I heard about it. Then I said, I haven't applied it at all.
Okay.
He said, I know the biophysics program.
Right.
I'll call somebody. So they called somebody, and then he said, go. I hadn't applied to anything. So then on the way over, I went to Hawaii and I went to Berkeley. I liked Berkeley and I wished I stayed there. But I ended up one day late for college because I was hanging around in Berkeley. When I got there, I told you the story what happened. And then it turns out that they only take 5 or 6 biophysics students. It's the best program at Harvard. The Harvard president has said it 100. For 40 years, they claim it's their best program. And there are 5 or 6 students, and I think somebody dropped out or something, I don't know. But after I got there, I didn't have a college room or dorm or anything. They backfilled me and I became a student. That's how I got in. They wanted me and that was it. That's what happened.
So you got a scholarship to Harvard.
I don't know. They gave me the money. That's it. I wasn't going to pay for it.
So tell me now, when did you meet Steve Harrison? And
no,
how
when
was
I turned up, Steve, I was pushed to work with Steve because
you didn't choose Steve.
I did not choose Steve. I was dumped with him, and it's because he had the money. And because I did not like learning biology. I did not like memorizing things out of a biochemistry book. Because I didn't have undergraduate biology, they wanted to teach me so that I can convert. So I was supposed to take biology classes with the young, undergraduates for the first year. So when I would go, the education system in the US is very different. In UK, there was no homework for 3 years, nothing. I never went to college. I never went to most of my lectures. My first 2 years, I did not. 90% of lectures I didn't go. I was traveling in Europe. They didn't care. When I came back, I get the notes from my friends and I take the exam and I pass. There's no homework. Nobody gives you it, even today.
Steve Harrison
But in Harvard, they give you a lot of homework. They work you to death. And a lot of students want to do medicine. And there's the most competitive students called pre-med. They kill themselves. And I had to get an A with these kids. I couldn't. I was failing. So I said, I want to go back. I'm done with this. I'm not doing biology. I'm going home. I'm going to go back to theoretical physics. So that's when Walter Gilbert, who had himself been a physicist, and it switched.
Biology.
And he had worked under, turns out, Abdul Salam as well. He was his PhD sister. He found out and said, no, who's this physicist? It was in the program. He used to run the biophysics program. He had just left to start Biogen, the first biotech company, after winning his Nobel Prize. So he heard about it and said, who's this guy who's going to go back? It was Don Wiley used to report to him. So they pulled me in, and he said, look, don't leave. What do you want to do? I said, I don't mind computing. I've done a little bit. I'm interested. And so he says, look, I've got a problem. In fact, I didn't even say computing. He said he had a problem, thinking I already knew computing. Okay? And his problem was very simple.
But you didn't know computing?
I knew a little bit. I'd programmed before in my class one time. Fortran for one. If you want to know the story, during 1 week, they make you do lab. For lab, I turned up. I didn't go traveling when I was in Imperial. So they had a lab, and one of the labs was to write a software program in a week. The guy came and said, this is Fortran. Here's a piece of paper. And this is, please do the F equals ma calculation as Kepler go around the moon going around the sun. Because they just taught us that. Program this so you can plot that the moon went around the sun. Right. The equations we learned. 1 page, nobody knew any Fortran. A couple of kids that had known a bit of computing. So I watched them and see what they wrote and copied, right? The rest of us don't know what to do. That's how they're in England. They just give it to you. They don't care. You got to figure it out. So the week I had to turn it back. I'm last day. I don't know how to do this.
So Steve is actually a crystallographer.
Steve is more than a crystallographer. You call him a crystallographer. He was born to be a scientist. He reads every paper. He knows everything. He's a real serious biochemist. Extremely, he has nothing else in his life. He's an extremely serious biochemist, very serious. There's no one who works harder than him. He only cares about one thing, solving this problem. That's it. He's insane about it. Okay, when you go to places like Harvard, you'll find people who are they will steal, they will kill, they will do anything for their
So
profit.
he gave you the freedom.
No, he did not, because
So how did you manage to come up with this?
Because Walter Gilbert,
okay.
the guy said, in 2 months I solved the problem for him, and he figured that I was a genius because he had come up with multiple sequences because he did the first DNA sequence.
But Walter Gilbert name is not there, like
what?
Into your multiple alignment.
In fact, Steve didn't want his name either.
But you put his name.
Because I was not allowed to publish for 3 or 4 years because Steve was too scared. My professors were, come on, if I came to you as a professor and you are my professor, there's nobody else for 1,000 miles, and you say you want to write that I want to write a PhD about Bharatanatyam, what will you do? You'll put your name on it? Of course not, right? You don't know anything about it. So you're in limbo, right? Meanwhile, everybody's telling you that I'm a genius.
So who edited that paper in JMB? That was published in JMB, Journal of Molecular Biology.
At the end, after about 3 years, 2.5, 3 years, and I went to Africa, got sick and got malaria and came back, Don Wiley had given me a bunch of projects. He had the one who told me to see Gilbert because they were both in the biophysics.
All right.
So during that time, after I solved this problem that became Tala, that is basically Clustable today, right? I did this in 2 months. And at the time, nobody understood it. But every other professor in chemistry and so on, many people wanted to use it because they were learning how to sequence, right? And the first results came out, they wanted to compare.
So why did you name it Tula? Who gave that name?
Because at first there was no name for it. But then, and I had it for a year or two, and I was giving it to everybody around me. All the professors were using it. So they were publishing papers with my name on it. I said, why should I put my name on it? I don't know any of your biology. I just gave you a piece of software. My bosses came and said I must because they're worried that they don't know anything about it. So my name went on lots of papers with Nobel laureates and other people, right? Number of papers.
So you consider Don Wiley as your boss?
Both.
But not Steve
Allison.
No,
they considered me ultimately better than them. You need to understand my role there because I was way ahead. So then Don Wiley had a problem. He'd been stuck for 10 years with the structure of HLA. He had spent millions and millions of dollars. He was about to lose tenure because he didn't finish it. He had all this data, electron microscopy data, but they couldn't interpret to see the atoms inside it. It was just sitting there. So he says, you seem to be smart because you need to understand, he was my program boss, not just my supervisor. Biophysics was a program. There was no department. He was stuck with those 5 people. You can go to any department. You could work in the music department if you wanted. It was a very high level thing at the university level. You could go anywhere you wanted, right? So we were,
So you were physically there when the first HLA structure was solved?
No, he didn't solve it yet.
Then who did that?
Now, here's the thing. He divorced his first wife, and he had a girlfriend who was from Iceland, very beautiful, Scandinavian, and she wanted him to learn Icelandic, and he refused. He was too busy running around. So I was so bored in doing all this shit. Plus, I had to maintain, because in an American PhD, you must go to more classes. You must do a master's too. So you have to take 8 classes. I was failing all my undergraduate biology classes. So the university didn't care what these guys said. So your great point, I get kicked out. I don't get my scholarship. So I went back to my biophysics program boss, Don Wiley, who happened to be also a professor. I told him, look, I'm having this problem. I can't study biology. He said, I'm a physicist. They're making me teach biochemistry today. And I'm too scared because I don't even know what a pH is. Okay, the guy tells me, I'm scared for teaching. A lot of people are teaching and he's scared. He said, look, I'm in the same boat as you.
Right.
So what can you do? So I said, look, do you mind if I go and do some physics classes? The stuff with, no professors, just read a book, with Nobel laureate, because I was good at it. So just to get a grade so I can keep my grade point average up, right? So that my overall grade will be higher. So he said, sure. Then I'm always interested. I've traveled to a lot of countries, 200 now. Back then I was hitchhiking all over the world. And during the Sri Lanka war with Tamil, when I was 16, I went in all over Sri Lanka. So basically, one of my interests is languages. Okay, so I looked. Harvard teaches a lot of languages. So just flicking through the book to take any class. When you go to a place like Harvard, you've got fantastic teachers, fantastic classes. You should not care about your degree. Who cares about the little degree you learn? You can study about anything you want. The best people in the world, right? While you're there, smart people are trying to make use of it. I don't care about my degree. I go study Chinese. I study this. I study that. So a lot of people are doing that. So I decided, I flicked through the book. In my summer school days, when there was no internet, I will go to after my ACS school, during the summer, I'll go to the library and pick random books, one in the alphabet A, one from B, and so on, and read it, just for diversity.
Okay.
So I flicked through the book and I found out Swahili. So I learned Swahili, which is, in Africa. I go to Swahili class, they canceled it. So then I looked at the next one, which was Old Icelandic. Nobody speaks Old Icelandic anymore. It stopped 2,000 years ago. But you read it. And so I went to the class. And who turns up at the class? My own professor, head of his wife, his girlfriend told him to study. Then the professor came and said, there are only two places that teach Old Icelandic. Harvard's one of them. I'm an assistant professor. If there are no more than 3 students, if it's less than 3, they'll cancel the class. I lose my job. So you're all guaranteed an A because you're here. So I know I got my grade point average, A. So I stayed. So my boss then says, look, I can't come to every class because he was trying to get a Nobel, going around giving talks. So he says, look, you take the notes and you bring it with me. So that was the deal. So he'll make sure that my A will count to my biophysics.
So since you say that you have been acquainted with Walter Gilbert, somehow in some way.
Yeah, I do.
So he coined the word intron. Were you aware of that time?
Intron.
So when you were in Harvard, that he coined the word intron. So what was the discussion at the time?
I don't know. I mean,
I
wasn't involved in that. I was just this physicist learning biology. Okay, so I once went on his boat. He had a boat, and I invited me on his boat, so I went on his boat once. Okay. And then, so after I did this for him, he was very happy, and then a lot of other people used it. So then, when I was there, Don Wiley understood I was smart, so he went. He was already rising high in the ranks at Harvard. Right. So he came and gave me different problems. One of the ones he said his own problem was HLA. He said, it's stuck. Can you do something? Now, I had just read about something called simulated annealing. It's a variant on the Monte Carlo technique, and it's a kid called Metropolis who did it. But his PhD supervisor was the guy who invented Teller, and who invented the hydrogen bomb. So for the purpose of the hydrogen bomb, calculations, they had come up with this particular method, just like, it's an algorithm that had come called simulated annealing. It's kind of Monte Carlo. I'd heard about it, I don't know why. I was just reading stuff in computer science. I was just reading widely. So I knew about it, so I said, maybe this can be used. So I went, and even if you had to do, basically it was like this. They had the electron density map. They couldn't interpret it. But they knew that the HLA had an IG domain, immunoglobulin domain, which had a structure already been solved. They knew they had 2 domains of immunoglobulin plus one other domain. That's the key. But so I said, why don't we take the immunoglobulin domain that we already know? There was only about 100 structures, not even 50 structures at the time. Immunoglobulin already won a Nobel Prize for the Japanese guy. So I could take the string, it's mostly beta strand, IG domain, take it and get points on it, right? I then take it and put it inside the electron density map and rotate it. Try different places, see what is the best fit. But the number of settings you have to do, all the rotations, would take a computer at the time maybe 100,000 years, okay? But this simulated annealing technique would let you shortcut maybe, and maybe find you don't know whether you'll find the right answer, but it'll try to find, if it sees a way down, it'll go down, and so on. But so I decided to apply it. The only problem is that even to do that, the minimum time is 2 or 3 months on a computer. So they bought me a small computer, so I set it all up and let it run. The PhD student who was working on it, they were trying to get rid of her. She would not leave.
Who is she?
Pamela Bjorkman. She should win a Nobel Prize. Pamela Bjorkman. She's at Caltech. She refused to leave. The professor was fed up. She didn't take any money. She then was sleeping in the toilet for 6 months, and no one knew. And she came to do her work at night. So to interpret this, eventually, her husband is also there. They were both climbers, and they went to climb K2. K2 is very difficult, more difficult than Everest. So they went. So she liked me. So she said, okay, I know you're doing this, but I'll come back. So she helped me a little bit. I left. Then the day she came back, my tape had already finished, a long tape of the best results. So we went in that night. She had just arrived, just by chance. So we went in that night, and the VR glasses that we had then, all that you see as VR glasses, there's only 2 people who had VR glasses in the world. The army, and we had one. Steve Harrison won one to do virus structure. So you go into a room, you put these glasses on. It's even better than today's VR. It's a very expensive system, beautiful, but you have to sit. And so we put up the electron density map, right? I knew a little bit, she knew. And then we're looking at the fit. Where the first solution wasn't right. There were 3 or 4 good solutions, it said. The third, I forget, the second or third solution seemed like it fit the electron density reasonably well. Then the 4th solution seemed a good fit. And the one thing we quickly realized was those 2 are close to each other. And they didn't clash each other. They were like two diamonds next to each other. So we knew they were onto something. There were two that fit, two different ones. Then we flipped it over, and I could see a little bit of a helix.
Right.
Usually as a knife, you see a little bit of a helix. Now, is that a helix? I have no experience. I said, is that a helix? She didn't have an experience too. Then next morning, there's a guy called Mark Saper, is not very bright, but he was a postdoc who had done other structures before. So he knew how to interpret a helix. So he looked at it and said, that's a damn helix. And that's
So alpha 1, alpha 2 domain.
And the two alpha helices. So I cracked the problem and we found it. Okay. Then
So what was your PhD thesis title in Harvard?
I wrote basically two theses. I had in the end, I sent 8 publications out, almost all single author, and my boss didn't know.
He didn't know.
Because Don Wiley said, look, I kept doing things like this.
Okay.
He had a problem. I will simplify it. In fact, one of the papers that somebody had convergent and divergent evolution, I was talking to the person, they could actually check it. Someone was talking about it. I think he was talking about it. But anyway, it's a little paper. It's actually, from my point of view, it's a beautiful paper. And a lot of people think so. It's the type of time when you do a piece of science and it really works 100% and it has a very deep meaning, okay? It turned out to be like this. There was a guy at Harvard Medical School. The medical school is far away, right, from the biology department. He was the king of the medical school. He wrote a book called Viruses. If that book, if I had it here, every doctor in town will come if I can get a signature from that guy. Every doctor knows that book. It's the Viruses. That guy was still alive. He was the king of everything. He was the editor of everything, in biology. Now,
so did anybody in Harvard at the time was talking about simulated RNA?
Simulated what?
Simulated
no.
So
after I applied it, 3 other guys copied it, and all of them, one is a university level professor, top
Name.
10 professor at Berkeley.
Who is he? Oh, that's in Berkeley, not in
I
Harvard.
will say openly he's a jackass. Okay.
Okay, fine.
But he's an Indian. He's from his name is John Kurian. Okay, John Kurian. Okay, he's from Kerala. He stole it basically. I'll openly say that. I don't care about him. Okay, he was nasty to my son when he was in college. Okay, he's an idiot. Okay, but then another guy stole it too, Axel Brunger. He's a professor at Stanford now. He's a professor before. And openly people have said, why should these guys be professors? Because what they did was not that important. On top of that, everybody knew he copied me in simulated learning. In fact, yeah. So listen, I was too early. I was very different. Okay, and I was very different. And I'll just tell you this very interesting thing. Okay, this particular thing that the medical professor, right? He had submitted a paper to Nature. Okay, at the time, if you had any sequence at all, you're one of the few people with a sequence. A postdoc spent 6 years making a sequence. It's immediately cover of Nature Science. Every new sequence was. But it got to the time where it's not enough. It could be a paper in Nature, but not the cover, right? So these people had come up with a coil. It turned out to be a coil. You know what a coil is. So the structure was a coil, right? But they didn't have a structure, just a sequence. But you could tell it's a coil sequence. But anyway, they had it.
So it's a loop.
And he could not publish that in the cover of Science unless he could say it's related to some other organism. They took the Nadelman-Wunsch software that was there, and they ran it, and it found that basically a cow was related to a fungi or something like that. It's just, you can't believe that. It was from one of the proteins. So anyway, that's what it said. It said, you need to understand how science works at the top. Okay?
No.
So basically they looked at it. Hang on a second. They aligned the two of them, right? And then they said, this is fantastic. A cow is related to a fungi, and that was what got it in the front. My professor, who was underneath that guy, was a younger professor, ended up becoming the reviewer in secret. He was the reviewer. Whenever you review something, he's the chief editor. People will find out who reviewed it. There's no question. So he could not go against this guy, but he felt like that's a bit stupid. How could that be? He's not very smart, but he's very smart in a people way. He's not like a clever mathematician. Don Wiley was very instinctive. He knows what the right problem is. So he comes to me, Subaya, because I'm the smart guy, right? So he comes to me and Subaya, what do you think about this? I'm going to the reviewer. I said, that's bullshit. It can't be. They're just using it wrong. He says, come on, this is the biggest guy. I didn't know who he was or anything. And I'm not a medic. I'm just a physicist arrived. I have no idea, right? Medical doctors would know who this guy is. I said, he just said this guy. I said, okay, then. He challenged me. He said, don't go say this. 2 days later, I came back. Do you know what I did? It had nothing to do with Tula, my multiple sequence. I'll explain it all to you. This is really, it's not just the fact I did it. Right. It's just really good science when you do things like this. Okay? Right. The way you do Needleman-Wunsch's, You take two sequences, you use a program to align the two sequences, those of you who know, right? You align it. Then you score it and say it's a great score. But how do you know it's a great score? Let's say the sequence is all A's, and this was all A's. It'll always align. It'll always give you a great score. So how would you know that? How we do that is very simple. In the case of all A's and A's, you get 100 points, right? You now take the string of all A's and you shuffle it. Just scramble it as the same sequence as A's. And scramble the bottom of the A's, you will still keep getting hundreds. So it's no better than the scramble. Now, if you have a real sequence, right, one sequence, and it gives you a good score match, you take the first real sequence and you scramble, you keep the composition, A's and A's, the number of A's is all the same. You mix it all up, and then you mix the second one, and you run it, you'll get a low score, right? You do this over and over and over again, you get a distribution of scores, right? And your real one, when the alignment is correct, you didn't scramble it, if the score is way above this average, out there, then you say 3 standard deviations. This is how it's done. This is how that was done before me. So all I did is science, right? It is still taught in problem sets in Harvard and exam questions 40 years later. This little thing that I did. Not all the other things, but this one is still test to challenge people.
Okay.
So what we did is very simple. The question is it convergent evolution or divergent evolution?
Right.
That's the question. And you can answer this in this and only this specific case because we know what the structure of a coil is. A coil is 2 helices. All helices have hydrophilics outside because they're in water by a single helix. If it's in the middle of a protein, then the side chains on this side are hydrophilic, the ones inside are hydrophobic, right? Whatever. So if you have a coil, a single helix mostly has hydrophilics outside. So if you take 2 of them, a coil just wraps the helix. No, 2 helices wrap up. When they wrap up, because of the structure, the inside contact has to be hydrophobic and hydrophobic. It cannot be water-loving. So the residue there, the amino acid there, has to be different. It has to be hydrophobic. It cannot be hydrophilic. So this side hydrophobic, this side hydrophobic. Then it becomes hydrophilic when it's facing outside. That repeat is called the heptad repeat. Every 7 residues as you go around a helix, the 3rd and 4th one have to be restricted. They have to be hydrophobic and not hydrophilic. They can be A, T, A, E, G, C, but not the other letters. So when you write the sequence, you'll see every 3rd one will be restricted. It'll be A or E. There will be no A's and E's in between. 3rd, 4th, it repeats and repeats. So, very simple. What I thought of was this. You simply, when you scramble the sequence, you get the alignment, you get a good score. When you scramble the sequence, you only scramble the stuff that is in the 3rd and the 7th place, you always put it in the same place again. The ones that are in the other places, you just scramble it there. So there are 2 pools you scramble. You take the ones in the 3rd and 7th, put it in one pool. All the others, 1, 2, 5, 6, all that, you put it in another pool. Then when you recreate the scramble sequence, you just keep the order. The 3 and 7 go to the 3 and 7. So every one of the random sequences have that property built in. Now you go back and score, right? Then you get the distribution. And if you still get a high score, it means it's actual divergent evolution. There's beyond the need for the structure to have that repetition, beyond that need that the structure requires certain residues to be in a certain place, right, hydrophobic, that it's over and above that you see a signal, right? That means that it is divergent evolution. It's not convergent. 2 things didn't try to make the same structure. It's a clear-cut case.
Okay, great.
So when we did that, listen, let me finish. So when I did that, it was clear. So he said, how do I go and tell this guy? You came back and embarrassed me now. How do I write back to him? He'll know it's me. So he was scared. I didn't think he was going to do it. His tenure depended on this guy. But he comes back about 4 weeks later. We're all having coffee, a big lab, 40, 50 people, well-funded lab. We're having tea, and he comes back and announces, Subaya took down the great so-and-so. I had no idea who that guy was. I forgot the name. He said, he's the guy, the other people knew. He apparently realized my argument, which is wrote on a page, and he completely agreed. He retracted the paper, made it a regular paper, and he wanted to meet me, and he thought it was fantastic.
Right.
Okay, so good science can be done, and you understand how easy that was? Just 2 minutes I went back, and we were able to, that can be done for anywhere today, whenever there's a similar structure that has structural constraints, right? If you know what the structural constraints are, you could exclude it in the sequence alignment.
Okay, one more question in this context. Okay, yeah. You have been talking about progressive Needleman Wunsch.
In what?
Progressive Needleman Wunsch.
Yeah,
that's the title.
Yeah.
So where did you choose that word progressive?
Yeah, well, it was just, I don't know. It just had a word because Needleman Wunsch was already invented. It was invented by people in IBM for comparing bird songs. There are two bird songs, two different. The same bird will sing the song slower and faster, so they have the string of music, and they would do it. And it was so Needleman Wunsch did it. And
the names, Needleman Wunsch.
Yeah, the two guys. They borrowed it to biology, and it was used for biology for sequences.
So why did you put progressive in the
progressive front? Is only because, first of all, Needleman Wunsch is an NP complete problem too.
Yeah,
NP complete problem means it's a mathematical definition. There is no way to solve it except by trying every single one.
Right.
That means that every combination has to be tried. For example, if you had a bunch of cards, right? If you had 5 of those cards, right? If you had 5 of those cards pulled out, right? And I have a full deck, but you know what your 5 cards are. I have to try every single one. Is this 5? Is this 5? Is this 5? Let's say the last one I ask is the same set as your 5. Then I have to ask that many times. There's no way shortcut. I have to try every one before you can tell me what it is, right? You can try shortcuts, right? But theoretically you have to try. Unless you know some secret, you can't do it. That's an NP complete problem, non-polynomial problem. Needleman Wunsch two sequences. You put them like this, and you compare them, right? When you do it in the computer, you do it like this, but it's like this. So when you do 2 dimensions, right, it actually is an NP complete problem. But our computers can handle it because our sequence is only 100 long, 200 long, 300 long, 400 long. We don't have 40,000 long. So it's only a couple of hundred. So our current computers can try every single one and get you the right answer, pretty much. Now, the problem is when you go to 3 sequences, you need 3. You're trying to move 3 at the same time. Then the combinations get a lot higher. That's equivalent to putting 1 sequence on X, 1 on Y, and 1 on Z. And you're trying to find a line in the middle that corresponds, the shadow of that line, right? So this is the alignment of the 3. That becomes the combinations become so much that even with 3 sequences that are 100 long only, you cannot do it at that time. Now maybe you can do it, but then the computers couldn't do it. So that's the first thing, obviously, I tried. And of course, it didn't work, and I realized it's NP complete problem. And you go to 4 and 5, forget it. You're talking about 4 dimensions. You can't draw it here, but it's in your head, it's 4 dimensions. One this way, one that way, and one another way. And it gets just impossible, okay? So he had 5 or 6 sequences, hemoglobin. So I said, okay, how do you do this, right? I thought about it, and it can be done. It's NP complete. You do the math, it's NP complete. Now, all the people working in sequence alignment who've improved it today and all that, they don't know any math. They're just doing heuristic. I'm at least some math. So I looked at it and I said, okay, what is the shortcut? What can we do that is actually doable, right? Okay, it's very simple. I can explain it to you in 2 minutes. When it's 2 dimensions, when you have a problem of aligning 2 sequences, all you're doing mathematically is you put 1 sequence this way and 1 sequence that way. If they align perfectly, if they're both the same sequence, what you will do is you'll have 1s in the middle. You'll score. This equals this, You get a diagonal of 1s, right? Because the sequence is here and sequence is here. A, B, C, D, E, A, B, C, D, E. A matches A1, B matches B1, C matches C1. You get dots, 1s along the diagonal. That means it's a perfect match. Let's say you had A, B, C, D, E, B. You get a diagonal, and right at the end, you'll get another one in the corner here and another one. You ignore it because this gives you 5 in a row. That's all Needleman Wunsch is. It's a way of doing it, right? So if you did this in 3 dimensions, it'd be nice to score in the middle, but you don't have the compute power. So what you do is you take the shadow. That's where the progressive comes in. You take this sequence is this sequence. That's sequence 1 and sequence 2. You've got sequence 1, 2, and 3. Okay, this way. You look at the shadow. You do a Needleman Wunsch, right? Basically.
So you take
and you get the diagonal. Then you do it on 2 and 3 separately. Right? And you get a diagonal. And you get a third diagonal. Then you can try to figure out from the diagonals what the center could be.
Achha.
The one way of doing it is progressive, which is you do all 3 first, right? And you figure out which is the best score. If 1 and 2 gives you the best score, you take that one. You keep that one, you lock it, then you score the other 2 against it. So you keep the other 2 locked. You don't change them. You keep this one because this alignment is good. 1 and 2 is good. You leave it. You don't move it. You take the third one and you put it here. And now you do comparison against the 2 locked. When you score the match, you add the numbers in the first 2. You don't let them move in between. Basically, what you're doing is you're taking one of these and you put one, you keep that one, and then the shadow, you're looking at the shadow from the other side. So, and then you're doing it. And then now you could call it done. You could say when you did 1, 2, and 3, you did 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and 1 and 3. Out of that one, 2 and 3 was the best. So you lock 2 and 3, then you align with 1, and now you call it the end, right? That's called progressive, and you call it the end. I didn't do that. I did that. You can stop there, but you've had more computer power. You can go back, and once you got the 2 and 3, you lock 1 and 2 and go back and release 3. You keep doing this over and over
I got
again.
your point.
Yeah.
So where does the word Tula come from? Is that an abbreviation?
Yeah, because I didn't have a name for it, but
Right.
in between about a year and a half in or two, I got fed up with my professors and Steve and everybody else, and so I decided to go. I'd always wanted to go to Africa and hitchhike across Africa. So I went across Africa for a few months. It was a Guinness Book of World Record, probably. I soloed. I walked from one ocean to the other ocean. There are no roads. You have to walk. Most of the time, I was on dugout boat on the river Congo. They had no boats, so you had to go find tribals who had a dugout. You know, they have a tree. They burn the tree in the middle so you can sit in the middle. And they have oars, you know, people tribals. So I would just go along the river, the crocodiles everywhere. Half the way I went, half the way I walked through the jungle. It took me a long time to get across all of Africa, through the Congo. And along the way, towards the end, when I started coming out more civilization, near Kenya and Tanzania, I ran into more civilized, and I ran into a town. There's an Indian component to this story. I ran into a town where there was a train, supposedly, but there are not many trains left, but my map or my information, that time there's no internet, said that there might be a train there. I don't know why. So I went to the town, and I saw a train station. I'm old, a little bit beat up. So I sat there waiting for it. Of course, whenever you turn up in Africa, 100 kids will come, from everywhere. Yeah. So the kids came, and they kept saying, the word so I keep asking people, there's a language called Lingala. It doesn't belong to anyone. It's many countries on the Congo River. So right. 2,000 miles of Congo River, 1,000. They use a patois. It's only 500 words. Very simple. They talk to each other. I learned the language called Tula. So the language, for Lingala.
The name of the
No, Lingala. But they came to me and they said, so when is the train? I asked a guy who came in like a station master, some policeman. I thought he was a station master. Right. When? They said Lingala, Tula, Tula, Tula. Now, and I had no idea what it was. I assumed it's tomorrow. You understand? Right? So, but right. Meanwhile, these kids kept saying,
it's coming.
No, and I finally understood what it was. I said, okay, baby, it's tomorrow so I can go. I had to sleep somewhere. So I walked, and it was like this, and I didn't understand at all. Then I go to in the jungle, there's a huge church somebody had built. Right. Nobody's there anymore. Only some Belgians left behind, they live there. They are Belgian missionaries, right? Only one or two, they're all dying, they're old. Nobody wants to go to Africa to missionary. I walk in there, all Indian women in saris. They were from Mother Teresa's group helping there. So these guys were just saying they're wearing saris, okay? So they were good to me that night because I had to sleep somewhere. Next morning, I'm ready to go to the station or whatever. They tell me, who told you this? I said, Tola. They, in African, they double up words. Tola, very often common. Then they said, that doesn't mean tomorrow. It means one day away.
Oh, one.
They don't have the idea of yesterday or today.
Okay,
it's just one day away. So the train had gone or whatever, So I remembered that word. So I came back and I named my, everybody's asking for my software. So I just said, Tola. So I just made
that. So it has nothing to do with sequence alignment.
Of course not. So I just wanted to get my PhD and get out of it.
So did anybody ever ask you what Tula is?
Well, I think somebody once did.
So, but did you explain this?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I was distributing to a lot of people. They gave me a few $1 million of computers, free computers.
For Tula.
Because drug companies wanted to use it.
Right.
So, but in order to use it, it was quite computer intensive.
Right.
They had to buy. I only developed it in what's called a Digital Equipment Corporation. So the Digital Equipment Corporation wanted the drug companies to buy those computers, so they would keep giving me computers so I can keep new versions going. And of course, today's money is a few $1 million. And I was just in less than 1 year as a graduate student at Harvard. At that time, there was no all white, very few foreigners. I'm just one Indian guy there. I don't know biology. I'm sitting in a physics department. Sorry, not physics. I know physics. And suddenly, they're giving me all this money, right? All these computers. And, most professors were not getting, chemistry professors were getting $100,000. Nobel laureates were getting $100,000, $200,000 budget for the whole year. Here I got like the equivalent of a few $1 million worth of computer equipment. So they all wanted it. I didn't need it, but they would give me this. So I'd give it to them. I just gave it to my only thing was, please, can you graduate me and get me out of here? Okay.
Okay,
Because
so great. So we are going to have a short break, okay? So we will continue after 5 minutes. Thank you. Break.
okay, yeah.
About your progressive nail Manoj. So now, what really made you to choose Stanford after Harvard?
At Harvard, I was asked to stay on. I'd finished the fastest PhD in a very, very long time in the sciences. So they asked me to stay on to be what's called a junior fellow, and they still have it there. Only a few people are junior fellows. A junior fellow is a big deal. Every Harvard professor wishes he was a junior fellow. You know, it's very rare. Only Harvard has it. It's a very important thing. It's better than an assistant professor by 5 times probably. Okay, junior fellow is a big thing. So I was asked to be a junior fellow, especially in this area, which was new. And I chose not to because political, you know, I didn't want a favor from somebody and all that nonsense. So basically because of, you know, Steve, but not worth it. I said, and I always wanted to go to the West Coast. When I went through to go to Harvard, through Berkeley, I liked the West Coast, it's hot, fine. And I liked Berkeley, so I really wanted to go back to Berkeley. And there was no bioinformatics. Nobody was doing any bioinformatics, no grants, nothing else. I just got this amazing fellowship. I could have stayed as a junior fellow, but I also got this external fellowship, which is Damon Runyon. It's a very big thing today. It was a big thing then too. And I thought I didn't get any fellowship at all because I was applying for fellowships. There was only 3 or 4 I was eligible for. Same story as in the UK. If for biology, there was only 3 or 4. And they were never going to give anything for a project that is computing. They never were going to. There's no chance. 0 chance in hell. I was not eligible for NIH or anything because I was not a citizen. Things are different now. Back then I wasn't. So the only thing was a few private scholarships. They're all famous. And there was like Jane Coffin, Damon Runyon, and for about half of all the sciences you could apply. These were like 4 or 5 of them. And I applied for all of them, and it looked like they were supporting me because I didn't want the juniors fellowship, so my own lab was supporting me for a few more months to finish up some other stuff. And I had to figure out what to do. I went back to Singapore. Singapore wanted me back. They had just bought a supercomputer for the military, but they couldn't use half of it. So they had just invested in their first bio institute, you know, real wet biology, to catch up for about 3 years. So they wanted me to come back, and they would give me, you know, big salary and all that, far bigger than I'd have got. You know, we're talking about triple the US salary maybe or more. And they were going to buy me a supercomputer. You know, it's today $100 million, $50 million, I get half of it. But long story, but I met somebody, and basically the dean, the most powerful woman in Singapore at the time, at the university, was the dean of the biochemistry department. She was very powerful, the medical school and everything. I went to talk to her. She got all her a couple of Singaporeans that had gone to do like a degree, like a PhD in the UK or US, a few, they had come back. They were in the room, locals, and a number of Indian professors, you know, from India they'd come. With them all, she asked me, what do you want to come back to Singapore for? I said, you're not going to be able to do a lot of research. She didn't know I was going to go to the institute. She just thought I would come to the university. University didn't have a lot of money. They were not interested in research at the time. She said, you're not going to do a lot of research. I said, I like teaching. I won a lot of teaching awards. Students liked me. I was considered the creative teacher at Harvard and all this. So I said, I'd like teaching. So I'll just change what I'm doing. I'll do a bit of research, but mostly I'll do teaching. Plus it's computing. I'll do a little bit. It'll be teaching. I'll be fine. And I'll teach. So what do you want? I said, I want to teach people to think. And she's cut me short. It's true. This is the great Singapore University today that now is number 1 in many areas and top 10 in the world, right? She says, her name is Mrs. Cole. She said, we don't want people to think. In Singapore, we don't need people to think. We need master students at Jurong Shipyard, where all the corporations, foreign corporations, to press buttons for Exxon and all these other companies. That's all we need. We don't need people. Some of the guys who are new assistant professors, their jaws just kind of dropped. Okay? I didn't know what to say. I said, thank you very much. And I left. On my way out, the associate director of the department, number 2,
His name was Das. He was an Indian guy. He looked polite. He was a bit older. He saw me in the corridor. Psst, 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 come. So I go out, and he says, look at what I have to put up with. I wish I wasn't here at all, but this is what I got to do. And the funny thing is, I forgot about him. About 25 years later, Tinwei, my colleague that you know, in Singapore, he told me Das died, and 2,000 people went to his funeral. So obviously he was a very well-liked guy, you know, but he was putting up with all this shit, okay? So yeah, Singapore wasn't interested. So I said, screw it. I could go back. Then, so I got this fellow, but I didn't think I was going to get a fellowship. And they were telling me, run out of money. You know, at the time, you can't stay on as a citizen. You understand? Not like not now. You all have to go home. Everybody had to go home after the PhD. There's no way to stay unless you got a job or something. So you just had to go. You can't, nobody had to sponsor you for a visa. Not like now, nothing. So, and I was okay, but I didn't want to go to the middle of the country or anything like that, you know, whatever. I just had this fellowship. And so these were the only fellowships that were supporting me. And I thought all of them rejected me. The last one was the most prestigious one called Diamond Runyon. Today is extremely prestigious. They were giving out 2 or 3, now they give out 6 or 7. It's become really prestigious. 2 or 3. Not even, I think 2. But now they do 5 or 6. One day, I'm like, okay, I'm done. It's just not going to work. Now, one of my examiners in my exam was from MIT. He was the head of the chemistry department at MIT. He was a crystallographer, but he was not as advanced in he was a Rhodes Scholar. He's not as advanced because he did a British PhD in his crystallography skills. He was using enzymes and stuff. He wasn't doing big crystallography viruses like Steve Harrison. So he would always keep running into problems he can't solve. Crystallography was very early. Not many people were doing it. Only 10 labs in the world. You get stuck, especially theoretical hardware. When they got into theoretical stuff, like they bought a program, somebody doesn't work, something happens, their PhDs are stuck. I got this reputation of helping people. So one of my classmates, who's a big professor now, he had worked at MIT before. I knew this guy. He said, Subaya can help you. He's a genius. He comes in and checks out. So I went over to help him. He was an enemy of Steve Harrison. They didn't get along. But so I went over and I helped his student, and that guy got his PhD, solved the problem for him as a mathematical, got it over, he got his PhD. He's the head of the NIH, all of mental health now, I think. He's the program manager. He gives out $2 billion. Anyway, so I saved his PhD, and so he was all very happy. So when the time came for my PhD exam, there was nobody to examine me. There was nobody to do all the who's going to check me on sequence alignment? Nobody. There was no programmers of any kind. There's nobody for thousands of miles. So only crystallographers could come, because I've already done some crystallography. They made me do it. So this guy's name is Greg Petsko. He just won the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He just won. That's a big deal. From, you know, only a few scientists gets a year, 2 or 3. Presidential medal. But it's the top level of Padma Bhushan you can get. It's no higher than that. No higher. You can get nothing higher from the US. So he got that. So Petsko is like a chemist. So Petsko liked me. And anything I was doing into, you know, I was always trying to upset Steve a little bit. So he had heard all these stories that I was doing to upset my professor. So they had no choice. They looked around and said, who's going to examine this guy? Well, the only person is at MIT. They had to get an external examiner. He's the only crystallographer there. So they got Greg to come over. So they had to get an outside guy to be the chair. So anyway, Greg was there. And so Greg actually got me through my PhD exam. Okay. And so when time came, I had to get, and of course, during my PhD, it came out that I'd helped Greg's students. So my boss was a bit upset, but he couldn't say anything. External examiner, I went through flying colors. They couldn't really examine what I had. So it was just over. I helped everybody. And then afterwards, I'd asked Greg to be a writer for one of my fellowships, right? My bosses as well. Greg wrote me letters. So every time, whenever busy professors in the US, they have big labs, 50 people, $1 million, right? They're so busy. They never see their student for 1 year. You know, you can go a whole PhD student not see him for 1 year. They're all flying. So I would call him, have you written the letter? Have you written the letter? And he never did, 2 or 3 of them, something like that. No, and I didn't get it, so it's fine. Then the Damon Runyon kept calling me. The last letter is not in, the last letter is not in. And what, 3 letters, 2 letters not in. So I said, you know, if you don't get the letters in, you're out, right? So I thought, forget it, this guy didn't do it. I can't ask him anymore. So one day, I'm sleeping, and my roommates, who are also PhD students, they would always try to, because I sleep till 12, 1 o'clock late. They don't like it. They go to their labs and work out. I'm sleeping. So they'll always call with pranks. Oh, you won the lottery. Get up. Something like this. So this person called and said, I want to give you a job with Francis Crick at Salk Institute. I said, hey, Elmo, you're just pulling my leg. Who's this? Who do you get to talk to me about this nonsense, right? So I just kept saying this. I said, what is going on, you know? And it says, oh, no, I should tell you. No, I said, look, I'm waiting for my last fellowship. I don't think I'm going to get it. The other guy didn't write the letter. So sooner or later, in a week or two, I got to go home. You know, I got to figure out something to do. So then he says to me, I said, no, this is not this. I better identify. You did get the fellowship. Oh, really? You kidding? And he says, my name is Inder Verma. Inder's a big guy. He ran all of Salk for a bunch of years. You know, he became the head of Salk Institute, you know, Jonas Salk. And
Indra Verma.
Inder Verma. So Inder was the power guy trying to go up, you know, in Salk. And Crick was already moved there, right? So he eventually. So Inder called and said, and I heard the name Inder, he was a cancer guy. He said, oh, you're Mr. Inder. Then he said, well, you did get it. I said, what do you mean? Well, Greg Petsko is the chairman of the Damon Union for 15 years. Okay. And he is resigning this year. He doesn't want to do it anymore. And he came in and said, we're selecting 2 people, but you're only selecting 1. This is my gift to myself. I've decided on him. You can decide on the other guy. Mm-hmm. That's what Inder told me. So when Inder said, if somebody says that to me, so Inder's a, you know, Indian wheeler dealer, right? So he's a wheeler dealer. So he immediately gets off and calls me and says, better grab this guy now. So he said, come and talk to Crick. We'll hire you. We don't need to do a postdoc. We'll take you straight. At that time, people did 3 postdocs, 2 postdocs. You understand this? You know, people, it was difficult in biology. So they called me. So I did go down. In the end, I said I didn't want to, you know, and because I got the fellowship. And I wanted to work on the face problem. Nobody would give you money to work on the face problem that time. Nobody. So I really wanted to work on it. I got my own money. I could do my own thing. It's not like being an assistant professor. Then I have to book grants, and nobody will fund me for those grants. This is just you're a genius, so you get it, right, for a few years. So I took it, and the place I wanted to go was Berkeley, but it's going to be difficult because there's no right person there. And Michael had just moved to Stanford. And Michael had met me when Harvard had tried to hire Michael. And when I did Tulla, right, they didn't know what it was, so they didn't know what to do with me, and I was solving other problems, so they had
So when you first met Michael, what was he doing?
He was on a flight. I didn't know at the time, but Michael was not getting a job. He couldn't get a job anywhere. Right. Cambridge kept him for a while. You know, Kendrew and Francis Crick kept him. Then they sent him to Weitzman. They made a job, like for me, for a job, because nobody wanted computer people. So he was just bouncing around with no real job. And he was in Israel for a few years, and they didn't like him either. So later on, when he won the Nobel Prize, he was still at the Weitzman for part of his time. He refused he absolutely refused to give credit to Weitzman. He said, you guys treated me very badly. He just did. He said, you didn't help me a lot.
Did you happen to meet him after his Nobel Prize?
Yeah, I met him. No, but listen, 2 or 3 times. But then listen, the interesting thing is this. He actually, but they were all trying to save him because he was this genius guy, right? I mean, he went to work at Crick at 17, and he didn't actually solve it, but he set the problem out, and he was considered smart. He graduated early. So he ended up, I didn't know at the time. Weitzman, he was finished with the Weitzman.
He was a PhD from Weizmann.
No. It's very funny. It's a long story with him. He actually went as an undergraduate to work with Kendrew, or one of those guys, Francis Crick and Kendrew, both of them.
Okay.
A year before, he just knocked on the door. And they took him. So he already was doing PhD material, but they couldn't supervise him. So they sent him to a chemist who was doing chemical dynamics in the Weitzman. So they sent him there, but he was a chemist. Then he finished, and then he came up with molecular dynamics, and he met Arya Washout there. And then he came back. Anyway, then he was in Cambridge for a while. They ran out of money again. They couldn't support him because it's a field nobody cared about. So then he had to go back to the Weitzman. And then after 2 or 3 years, they said no, because their supervisor died there. So, you know, so the political. So what he had to do, he was looking for a job, but his friends were like Stephen Harrison, because they knew each other at MRC, and he had become quite big. And then also Roger Kornberg. You know, his father was Arthur. I mentioned Roger Kornberg, for all of you know. His father, Arthur, is the father of all genetic engineering. He did the first splicing experiment, okay? The son also won a Nobel Prize. His father was still around when I was there. So Arthur was a legend, you know, and so Roger was also doing very well. Roger's postdoc at Cambridge, when Steve Harrison was there, was the picture of the nucleosome. You know, the way you bound it. He should have got a Nobel for that, for a postdoc. It was a very difficult thing to do. So he was already ready for a Nobel at the time. But then he went into his father's university, Stanford, and he became a professor there, right? That's when I went up. So then Michael was his friend because he was at the MRC at the same time. So they all knew each other as geniuses.
They all won Nobel Prizes, every one of them, right? Okay, for different things. So they later. So he left, so he was looking for something. So it was either Harvard or Roger had become promoted. So Roger wanted him to move to Stanford. But Harvard also offered it because of Harrison. But Karplus hates him because Karplus stole everything. It's in the Nobel literature, it is said that Martin Karplus stole the software from Michael Levin and Arya Vashal. It's in the actual writing that he stole it, right? We all know, the whole story is known. So he didn't want him there. He got a copy of the software. He didn't want
according to you, it was...
So when he came through, I had no idea who the hell Michael was. I didn't know
So
anything.
who wrote the software? Michael Levitt wrote the software himself?
Yes, and then Ariel helped him, and then Ariel went to Harvard or something like that, and the entire software was stolen. It's 100,000 lines of code.
Simulated annealing.
No, molecular dynamics. Standard molecular
dynamics.
They added simulating annealing to it because of me. Much later it was added.
So leapfrog. You're talking about leapfrog.
No, Charm.
Charm, okay,
yeah.
Charm.
Charm was the name given to NCAD. Okay. NCAD was his software. He wrote the whole of it.
Force field. Charm,
yeah,
force
he
field.
wrote all of NCAD. The copy of NCAD, the entire software source code, went to a chemical guy, because only the chemical guy is doing calculations. So it went to him, and he renamed it Charm, and actually sold it. He had a company selling it.
Fundamentally, my question now is, like, okay, you saw...
So, I'll tell you how I saw him. I'll just finish here. So he was coming through. I had no idea who Michael was. I didn't even know there was anybody else in the world who had done any biocomputing. I didn't know. I thought I was the only one.
Right.
So Michael was coming through, and he was giving a talk in the chemistry department. I didn't even know I was drunk. I don't know where I was. Suddenly, Sunday morning, 8 o'clock, I get a call. You better come here right away. Right? So I come over, and Michael's there with Steve, and they're having coffee. And apparently, Steve had given my write-up because they're trying to get it published, right? Or I had written something, gave it to him, and Michael was astonished. I didn't know why. He asked me a few questions. He thought I didn't know what I was doing. I started answering. And remember, I'm a mathematician. Michael isn't. Not really. Okay? So I was able to do one other thing that nobody else could do. In this whole entire field today, I don't think anybody else is six, because no real mathematician came into the field. Basically, not only did I say you will get an approximate answer, because you're just round robining and guessing, right? But how close is it to the actual answer if you had been able to do every possible thing and find out what the actual answer is? You're making a shadow prediction, something close to it, the diagonal. But there's a way to estimate that. If you looked at the mathematics of what you're doing.
I understand it. So how did Michael get
So I had a bound, a mathematical bound, telling them that the answer is only... So listen, when I started explaining to him, he just gave up. He knew that I really knew this shit, right? So he just said, no problem, you know what it is.
Okay.
Then he said, have you heard of this paper? And he brings out a paper that he was reviewing that had been submitted. No, I haven't seen it.
Whose paper was that?
There was another paper by another guy.
Sharega.
No, a guy called Gershon. He was a biologist, but he dabbled in some computer science, So he had a problem. He had 3 plastocyanins, he was working in plastocyanins. Plastocyanins are copper-based small enzymes, 90. So he wanted to align the 3 structures he had. He had 3 sequences. So he just took the Needleman watch and made it 3-dimensional. NP complete still. But it's so short, you could actually do 3-dimensional in this case. Long computers. So he just basically did the 3-dimensional. And he had proposed it, but no shortcut or anything, right? Just brute force it. And they had some kind of answer, because you could actually, and they had very big computers there then for virus crystallography. So he had just written the paper, and it was from his own department at Weizmann. There are literally 3 or 4 people doing biocomputing, maybe 2. Andy McLaughlin in Cambridge, later I found out. This guy, Gershon, in Israel. It's the same MRC connection, 3 or 4 people.
No, my question here is that, okay, this guy, Michael, was into charm, some kind of a force field.
Yeah, but he didn't know, but he knows enough, right? So he had the paper.
How did he exactly get into protein modeling?
Because his whole idea of, because Anfinson, which is a challenge problem to all of you.
Yeah,
forget AlphaFold and
this
nonsense with AI, okay? We need real intelligence, not AI, okay? So the question was, and stands today, Anfinson got a Nobel Prize for this. When you take a protein sequence, it's floppy. You drop it, it folds into something compact. In order to find its right position, it has to go through a lot of combinations till it finds the right one. If you calculate the number of combinations, it should take thousands of hours in a liquid for it to find the correct shape. right?
Okay.
Thousands of hours, but it does it in minutes, not even minutes, seconds, right? It does it. So all proteins do that from a sequence. It knows how to get there so quickly. How does it do it? We still haven't got the answer to it. People confuse that with the protein structure prediction problem. Because basically, when you're given the sequence, you want to know the structure, it's the same thing, right? Right? You don't care about how it falls, you just want to see what it looks like in the end. So they're both related, so we confuse the two questions. But as time went on, when there are lots of structures solved, and then we look at the sequences similar, we realize that if the sequence is similar 30 or 40%, then the structure is going to look the same. So if you have already a lot of structures, you have a new sequence, and you don't know how to fold it. If you look at the sequence with all the structures, every structure you have in the database has a sequence. So you compare the sequence, and it is 30% the same. You know the structure is going to be the same. So you say, okay, you know what? I can predict the structure. Borrow that one. So that works. But once you got 100,000 structures,
My question is this.
yeah.
So
So nobody has solved that problem
now
yet. But AlphaFold can solve the structure prediction problem by looking at a library and guessing with what it has.
So this is a science, but my question is that when you were in Harvard, you have already been exposed to simulated annealing. So
No, me. I brought it to biology. Nobody else had done it. It was a forgotten algorithm in nuclear physics. I just happened to come across it.
you brought it to
Nobody. I don't think anybody was using it in chemistry. It was in nuclear fusion they were using it.
So that was that was a chronology. But when you came to Stanford, so Michael was already familiar with charm and force field and chemical.
I had used it too. I was forced to do it with Mark Karpus for a while. Yeah.
So what did really intrigued Michael to get into protein modeling? So it was quite new to him.
No. He was always interested in protein folding, even though he was just simulating it. Right. The idea was that he would simulate it and then make it fold or something, but it's too far away. Ab initio, but nobody.
Sharaga.
Harald Sharaga. Okay. But there was still the hope that very short proteins they could do it. BPTI is the classic one. He was simulating BPTI over and over again for millions of hours, over and over again. BPTI is just about 20, is the smallest protein that folds, like 20 or 30 residues or 40 residues. So he was simulating that as well. The idea that maybe you could fold it, right? Or a little helix or something, right? But of course the fossils are not good enough to do that. You could take BPTI and make it fall apart.
So when you were discussing about side chain packing,
that's a limited form of protein structure prediction, which is simply when you have the backbone already known.
Right.
Can you just because the backbone is folded, but at every
how was this discussion? No,
he was already interested in that. Every piece along the backbone, there's a little tree, right? There are 20 types of trees. Those trees are independent. They don't connect to the next tree. Just a few 4 or 5 atoms. That's a side chain. They move around, and then the next spot along the chain is move around, right? But if you remove those atoms on the side chain, you remove half the atoms, 50% of the atoms of the whole structure. So the idea is you keep the general fold. When you put these small pieces, different 10 atoms here, 10 atoms there, 10 atoms, and they all pack to fill the space in between, can you recreate the location of those 50 atoms, right? It's a limited problem. It's half the atoms, but in a more simple way.
I understand.
The background.
I understand the background.
So that's called homology modeling.
I understand that.
So that's the problem that some people were looking at. And I'll tell you, at that time, only 2 groups had published anything. Karplus's group and there's a woman in Birkbeck, whatever her name was, I forget. She was around. They made her a night. And the other guy too. There are 2 people. I forget the name now. There was a big lab in London, in King's College.
David.
Huh?
David Jones?
No. Back then, everybody in England came from that lab. There are 2 people. Okay, forget the name now. Tom Blundell.
Blundell.
It's so long for me. I'm not in science that much anymore. So Tom Blundell had a student who became a big professor. So Christine, I forget now. No, Janet Thorne. Janet Thornton. Janet Thorne. She didn't do a lot of algorithms. Blundell had 1 or 2 people. They're more
she went to administration.
They're more like Cyrus Chothia, looking at folds and putting it away. They did not algorithmic people, but they had a few students. So they had published Nature papers, right, with pictures of this is the protein structure, right, and we took the side chains off, and now we repredicted it and compared it. The side chains. Keep the backbone the same. We ripped the side chains off, right? And then put it back
No,
in a
ma'am.
random,
See,
hang on a second, in a
Subhaya,
random
now
position.
listen.
No, I'll finish in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
In a random position, and then they showed in a picture, hey, big picture, like one of those, beautiful pictures, graphics just came out, with about 100, in the middle of a protein. Hundreds of the correct positions of residues, the atoms, the shapes, hundreds are the same, 50. And then superposed on it is their prediction. It looked good because you always show a picture, it looks more or less, oh, it looks great. I was walking around, and I was an undergraduate, graduate student. I told Don while he said, oh no, they predicted it, man. I said, it's bullshit. It's not. I don't think so. Because I read the paper, and I quickly realized that it's not true. It's just the picture looks like it. Our eye does it. So I went and did a calculation. He said what accuracy they got it to. Over 3 RMS.
Angstrom.
3 angstroms RMS is a way to calculate over the atoms, the true and the all one. Then I said, what is the random value? They didn't publish it. So I went back and did that calculation. Right? You can use any protein and do it. The random value was 3. They were above 3.5 RMS. It's just all random false shit. Nothing was right. But yet the picture looks nice because it all, you see, if it was a fold, it'll get out of whack very quickly. Right. This is just as 2, 3 atoms out. 2 are right, 1 is out. It looks half the same because it's not long enough, right? Each thing. So I said, this is garbage. Then Karplus put out a paper. Same thing. I looked at it and said, same crap. So I said, I told people. But the whole field didn't know because 2 people published. Nobody said it. It looks great. So I always had that in my mind. And I thought of a method to do side chain packing using the simulated annealing as well. So when I thought of it, I went for my last year, when I was finished my degree.
I understand. See,
I actually found.
I have to say something.
No, let me finish something.
Listen.
No, this is.
I have to say this. Now, see, the beautiful thing is your Monte Carlo simulation into that and random numbers.
Yeah, it's not totally Monte Carlo, but
it's not totally Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
So how did you come up with that idea? Like you should go to Monte Carlo and use random numbers
people
to
have
get the
tried Monte
local
Carlo.
minima. Yeah.
People have done straight Monte Carlo. It doesn't work. That was the techniques people were using. Simulated annealing is actually guided Monte Carlo. It's essentially guided in a way. It's not. You can call it that. So I knew how it works because I've already used it once for another problem. So I said it'll make sense if we could use it. But it's more than that. It's not the Monte Carlo. Okay, what makes it work is something completely different. Nobody's really understood. Only 1 or 2 people, even though it opened up the whole field. Okay, and here's the thing. First of all, when I came up with the idea, I wanted to do it, but I was so busy doing so many things, getting drunk and all that. So I had a student who came to me, younger student from physics, is a PhD student. He wanted to be PhD. He was working for 1 year. No, his name is Peter Rosenthal. Okay. Eventually, I told him to do it all the time. Hey, let's do this. Peter wanted to do something different. Right? He had his own job, he had his own degree. He was doing hemoglobin structure. Eventually, I could never convince Peter. Then Lipscomb was nearby. Lipscomb is a Nobel laureate as well, boron, king of boron. Right. So Lipscomb had a student, and he was looking for some interesting project. He was doing his own thing, he was bored. So I was trying to talk everybody into doing this. Nobody had time, I didn't do it. I explained it a lot for a year. Then I stayed on for another 6 months. Even then, nobody would do it. So I just didn't do it. When I went to Stanford, Michael was away for 7 months or something. He wasn't even there. So I found this student, Chris Lee. And he was just sitting around and not doing much. And he was a genius student. He was the top student at Harvard when he came to us. And he didn't know any computing whatsoever. He wanted to learn. So I told him and I taught him a few things. He became a better programmer than me overnight. The guy is smart, really smart. So he did, and I gave him this thing. And he did it. He worked on it. I guided him. And Michael turned up a while later. And I had no idea at the time that Michael was working on his own method for that as well. And been working on it for a year or 2. And he had results he hadn't published yet. He just does his own thing. He didn't like a lab or anything. So, and Michael heard that this guy had done it. And I said, yeah. And Michael thought he lied. He went and looked at his stuff and said, he must have cheated. Something is wrong in the software. He doesn't know how to write a computer program. He went on and I said, no. Because I expected it to work in a particular way. And it's exactly how it worked. Because he got into trouble and I told him do this, do that. He didn't know how to program, I had to teach him. So, but he's a manic worker. He did it very quickly. And I knew that the way it was working was the way it was supposed to. So I don't put people, Michael is a very different person. He's Jewish. He's very suspicious about everything. He's always like something must be wrong. And in his own software, even 20 years later, he kept finding bugs. Because molecular dynamics, you can't tell what the result is. It's just garbage. It just produces some simulation. He keeps finding. So charm was written by 25 people eventually. It doesn't even conserve energy. Charm doesn't conserve energy. They just say it's a feature. NCAD, he thought he couldn't conserve energy either. 20 years later, when he's going through his own code, he figured out how to make it. It was an error in the energy calculation, rounding error. You could actually conserve energy. 20 years the field went saying you can't. Okay, they just assumed it was a feature.
Right.
But so there's a lot of this software is it's simulations for a long time, 18 decimal places, you can't control, so many atoms, right? You really have to be good. So same thing, he's always suspicious. So he said, there's no way he must be cheating. My student didn't know, and I didn't know either. One day my student found out Chris that he was cheating. Chris was ready to kill him. He says, I don't care, right? He can't call me this. So Chris was always angry with him about it. Eventually he forgave him. But then I believed it, and then we all realized it worked. And the only thing was, then Michael showed us what he'd been working on for 2 years, and he was getting not so great results. He was below random, but not too much. So that actually Michael's a good scientist, so that got him really upset. So he went back for a whole 2 months to Israel, and he was just programming away feverishly, and he came back. And he said, I caught up almost with you. Okay. My method is halfway there, and that's the Rosetta method. Simply he copied the Rosetta. Basically, he did exactly the same thing. That's what went into Rosetta to get Rosetta started, the same ideas, okay? But that had a limitation. Even Michael knew it had a limitation. I knew that it cannot, but they were just taking...
So what made
the way that they all do it in Rosetta is very simple. In order to do the side chain packing, if you have on your main chain, you strip the side chain off, but you know the names, right? Phenylalanine, alanine, and so on. 4 residues. You could do longer, but the database wasn't big enough.
Right.
So up to 4 residues, you go and look at that time there were only about a few hundred structures. Today, 100,000 structures. So you go into one of the structures where these 4 residues are found in the same row. You understand? Same 4, right? If in one structure it's a helix, in another structure it's a beta strand, and 3 structures is helix and 1 is a beta strand, you say, oh well, helix is more popular. So you copy the side chain positions of those, average it, and put it back into this. Then you slide 1 over and take the next 4, overlap, do it again, over and over around until you get it. You're just copying. So when your database gets bigger and bigger, 100,000 structures, you get more and more copies, right? And you can even use longer, 5 residues.
So you formed a table.
That's exactly what AlphaFold is doing. Because AlphaFold, the structure is 100,000 structures now already. And AlphaFold is better at doing the same thing. And then that's what they do. And that's how they...
So in your opinion,
But mine is very different. And that's why the beauty is, I did not just do simulated annealing. I did something very, 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 very different.
Smart.
No one gets it. Only a few people do. The 2 or 3 people who got it were physicists who won Nobel Prizes in condensed matter physics. They came to me and said, this is what you did. It's really crazy, but it actually works. You see, what I did is I got rid of physics to solve the problem. Okay? Remember I said...
So what was the name of the... Carlo? The name
no,
of the...
No. Remember I said to people over here that if you run into that wall, that wall will break your face because it'll push you hard, right? What I did is, if you run into the wall, I switched off the equation.
Right.
It went right through.
Okay.
Do you understand? Yeah. So that equation you saw is the most important equation because that's the most energy. Because there are no holes inside a protein. Right. Everything's packed nicely. So that means they're all touching each other. That means that equation is functioning. No, it's very simple. That equation is functioning.
Okay.
That equation has 2 parts, 3 parts. One is the neutral far away. One is a dip. That's the lowest energy. You get too close, it shoots up.
So local
what you're looking for, when you look at a folded structure with all the atoms inside, of all the side chains, in the correct structure, they're all touching each other. That means what are they at? Between any pair of atoms, they're at the right place touching each other, which means they're at the bottom of the curve. You know, the bottom, the little well that you saw. Big curve like that, like this, right? It's all sitting. That means every pair of atoms, all the residues that are touching each other, right? Main chain, and you've got side chains, all packed inside nicely, right? Every atom, one atom here touching this one touching this one, there's no holes. All of them are touching their neighbor beautifully at this low value, shallow value. The protein is folded so that all the atoms, independently pairwise, are sitting at that position.
So is that
it's the most optimal position. So hang on a second. So the signal is here. You have to fold the protein or
Right.
whatever, move atoms around so that it'll be at the bottom. All atoms are in that position. If you get that, you get the right structure. That has nothing to do with this being that high. You understand?
Right.
So why are you blocking when your algorithm, you're moving two atoms, why are you stopping them from clashing? Let them go through. If they go through and they find out that this is the right place to hold touching each other, that's good.
So there's a bottleneck. There's a limitation.
But that is, in real life, that's not true.
Right.
In real life, you have
You
baggage.
can't move. You can't
You
move.
can't go through. The way the protein gets there is it's
Yeah,
not fully folded.
I really agree with you on the clash point. I mean,
no.
the
So no, hang on.
atom.
The way the protein does it is it's
Yeah.
not folded yet.
Yes.
Not totally. So it is moving
Physics.
around and finds the other direction. You understand?
The
It's
physics.
supposed to be here, but it moves around and then finally finds this side. But I don't have that issue because I've already blocked everything. Plus, why do I need to follow physics? You must always separate the question from I'm going to be very rude here. Do you want sex or do you want marriage? You've got to choose one, or you have to be. The point is, you have to understand what you want. If what you want is actually the valley, why do you care about this? You focus on this because the answer is already here.
So how did you manage to patent
Simple.
it?
I cut the top off. That's it.
No, another. I
So
understand the science part.
That big, when you crush it, right? It goes up, right? I just lobbed it off. So it'll push back a little bit, but you push hard, it'll go right through. But then the other atom will pull it into the, to where it should be. That's all it was. Plus, I needed the thing to move properly, right? You need a Monte Carlo technique, something to move things around, and simulated annealing is a good way to move it. But if I had put simulated annealing in and didn't do this trick, it will never work. Absolutely will never work. It's not good enough. It's that. But everybody misses it. Everybody in the field who ever came, they would copy it sometimes, but they don't understand that that's where the physics, well, that's not where the physics is. That's where there is no physics. That's what makes it happen. Okay, right? So yeah, but people don't.
So how did you come up with the word look?
Look was not me. It was Chris Lee.
He came up with the word.
I don't know. We were talking, and we said people in. Oh, there's a very good story with this. Even today, it's true. Two labs will be there. Even today, it's true. Two labs are working on sequence. They're looking at the sequence where the mutation is, right? But they never look at the structure. Even today, they'll never go to the structure and say, this mutation is here, and this mutation in the sequence. In the structure, they're next to each other. They would never do it for 20 years. The guy next door solved the structure. The guy next door is doing the mutation. They'll never look. So we said, look, you idiot. So, right? And so we were the first. That is a brilliant thing we did for
so
the
that's
company.
where the look came.
No. No one did that. It was my idea. Right? The name was his look. Because it's my idea. We're the first software in the world. It's there everywhere now.
So how did you?
You know what the software was? This is all
I know. I have worked on that.
No. So we put up a structure. Yeah. Right. 3-dimensional structure with the side chains and everything. At the bottom, we put the sequence. Just the single sequence.
Yeah.
And when
I have used it 1,000 times.
When you take a mouse and you touch a residue, tyrosine.
Yeah.
Tyrosine.
You can
not
see
only
that.
will
you
it
can
light up tyrosine in the sequence, number 30, it will light up tyrosine in the structure. And better than that, all the residues that are close to tyrosine in the next strand or whatever, within 1 angstrom, 4 or 5 residues that are touching it, they're all far apart in the sequence. So when you touch tyrosine, you will see in the sequence, this is light up here, light up here.
No other software did that. I mean nobody
no
really
other
cared.
dot. It was my idea. That changed. It's very small, but people started doing it. That completely changed all of experimental biology. Because people were not looking at it for 20 years.
Okay, how did you manage to
suddenly, all of a sudden, we forced all the biologists to look at the bloody structure and see that it's close together. It's a very little thing, but the amount of it contributed to science is gigantic, more than any of my papers.
I agree.
It's absolutely true.
So who took the initiative to patent it?
The company. We were starting some kind of company,
So were you part of it?
Yeah, I was, but then I said I'm leaving.
Somebody should have filled the form, right? So
yeah, we got money from a VC. We all contributed software. Mine was more like real algorithms. Michael just had things and.
So where did you meet Sue Chung?
Sue came to work for me. Sue read my papers, thought I was great, just like this guy Carl. There's random people. So many people call me. A lot of the Nobel laureates, Just read my paper. They were in completely different fields. I don't even
Was
know
she
the field.
was she married to John Woolley at that time? When
Yeah,
she
yeah, I've
okay.
been married for a long time. So I didn't know that John was the guy who wrote the check for the Human Genome Project, and he was the one who wrote for the internet too. He wrote the check. He was the head of the, he got the money for it, the 100 billion and so on, and he also paid for the folding. I made him for Essilima. I got him to pay for Essilima. I knew. So the Essilima guys were broke on their credit cards, so I got John to pay for it. John did, and I said, this is the only way we're going to get the truth. People have to compete. Michael was against it. Michael didn't go for 3 years. He said, look, I don't want to publish a prediction that is proven wrong afterwards. Right? And if I got it right, they'll say you cheated. And if you got it wrong, ha ha ha. That was the excuse. He did not participate.
Okay.
I was like, unless we challenge people and put the truth, next year they solve the structure, we'll never solve it.
Right.
So, but the guys who started the conference, John Moe, they did on their credit card, they didn't have any more money. Their wives were yelling at them. So they knew I knew John and said, hey, go talk to John. Because he has leftover money all the time. He's doing synchrotrons, he funded 100 million, 200 million, always a little bit of money left. He said, we only need $50,000 for next year's conference. Okay? So I forced him to come to an Essilima. He never goes to the Essilima meeting, the folding meeting. He came with me on the second year. Then when they saw him with me all the time, he didn't want other people to come because they'll always come looking for grants and everything. He hung out with me. So I was walking on the beach, and then John Moe comes to me, John, hey, you know that, my friend put in 20K and his wife is yelling at him, and it's like you doing this conference and he didn't get paid, right? Same thing with Tinwi in Singapore. Same thing. He put up with those, we put up my own credit card. So he says, look, you know John, right? John's got leftover money, John was in DOE and he's funding NIH, PDB got started by DOE because nobody in NIH wanted to do any of this. John was the one who did PDB and became gifted it and became GenBank. Everything was John. John was a biologist who had ended up in DOE, the Department of Energy, so he was at the top paying for all this for biology. So John was working on that. So he said, go talk to John. So I went to John and said, John, these guys last night, they were sitting around getting drunk, the three guys. One of them is upset because he's spent 10K and his wife wants to go to the children to go to kindergarten or something. He lost the money on this conference. And all this. I said, John, there is no way. And actually I told him what Michael said. And he knows Michael well. And he said, when I told him that, this is what the guys are doing. The top guys in the world are simply saying to the students, don't participate, because you're going to get, nailed because you're already quite famous. You don't want to take a risk. I don't blame them. They all did, right? So, but I'm different. We need to publish it and then be wrong and then
let somebody say, okay.
So then he said, you know what? He's that kind of guy. He takes risks. So he said, okay, let's do it. So by the time he came back, he said, how much do you need? So that's why Essilima survived. It went on for the next 15 years, still going on, and finally the AlphaFold came and beat everybody up. But that's what happened.
So what is the final message on protein folding in your opinion right now? So this is the last message.
Okay,
so
protein folding you're talking about, somebody needs to go, look, I left science because I thought personally I could solve it. But I've never had time all these years. I wanted my kids to do it. I know how to do it. Over the years, I made predictions about Rosetta because the guy copied more or less the same idea, and I knew it'd get stuck. So my student went there. He's the head of all of Pfizer. He got $200 million for head of all computing for Pfizer, the largest company in the world, most successful full pharmaceutical company since 30 years old. Okay, he is my student. Yeah. So I was about to say something, yeah. Okay. So the point is that for folding, the protein. He's the student. He knew I was using simulated annealing for other things. He didn't understand it totally. I had no idea he went to postdoc with Dave Baker. He actually went to postdoc with Fred Richards. But Fred was very old. I didn't know. I left science. So then I heard, only about 2 years ago, when I met Enoch, about 25 years later, he said he went over and took several months to help Dave Baker. And he told Dave Baker what I had been saying to him. Look, Dave Baker is going to get stuck. Rosetta is not going to move. I'm prepped. When I first papers I saw it, he doesn't have another piece. That piece will improve it, but will never solve it. It'll get stuck again. And that was simulated annealing, to soften it up. And it turns out he went and implemented it. I had no idea for 25 years. I'm not following this. But I know that after 2 or 3 years, Rosetta got better and got stalled. Right? That I heard about. He told me, and then he showed me the paper. That's Dave Baker's most famous paper, the most cited, because he suddenly got Rosetta to do better. And the person who told him, when he implemented it in there, was my student. I only found out 2 years ago when my son was with me. Right? I had no idea that's what did it, and he got stuck. And and he couldn't get it better than that because the system itself has a problem. He can't get better. I know already.
So he's called father of protein modeling.
Not really. I mean, at the end of the day, they didn't give him a Nobel Prize for that.
Okay.
They only gave him a Nobel Prize for designing new proteins because AlphaFold did the other thing, right? So, right?
But
I mean, and he nothing he has put in is not something that other people already considered. He got stuck. Other people caught up and got stuck as well. Now, the funniest thing is this, because you asked me to come and give a talk, I never looked into this for many years. So before I came, I asked, what do you think about sidechain packing or something? And the internet came up with, Subayan Lee is exceptionally important because before that was simple methods basically didn't work. Is what they politely said, simple methods. It was the first method that showed that you could solve this problem. Now then it said something I didn't know. Now you went to work with Dunbrack. You wanted to work with Dunbrack. Dunbrack was following the Karplus method.
Rotamus.
Yeah, Rotamus, and that was stuck. You know, that was no good. But then Dunbrack got into this and made a living out of this. I knew Dunbrack pretty well. You know, at the time he was a younger student. So Dunbrack was in a nice position where it's a very safe job he was in. And he was, so everybody else fell out of this. A lot of people doing this stopped because my method worked and everything. Dunbrack continued. The funny thing is if you go see Dunbrack's papers, right, you got it, you didn't work with him. Dunbrack has become the authority on all this until 2 years ago. He took up the vacuum. And Dunbrack is still using Rotamus and he calls it the name. But inside he changed it and put my equation in. Right? So that's what made it work. And suddenly he caught up. But you can see his paper. He actually did it. But he calls it still Rotamus. He just starts with Rotamus. But it says no difference. It's the equation that matters. So he was the state of the art pretty much until 2 years ago. But now AlphaFold has a problem. I didn't know this until I looked at the papers just 2 days ago. AlphaFold can pick the right fold because in most cases it looks at the sequence and finds the structure, it's there. When there's no similarity, no multiple sequence over there, you can't find it. You can't find a new fold. It's absolutely useless. You can't do it. It cannot fold a protein. There's so many structures and there's so many sequences that the chances are very high that it'll tell you. So now it's got the fold, but it can't pack the residues. So that's a problem they're having.
But you have.
So everybody went back to Dunbrack's method, right? And they're using it, but in the last year or two, two or three models have come up that are beating Dunbrack, beating my method too, and slightly, getting a bit more accurate, right? And you know what it's doing? It's all machine learning again, but special machine learning to pack the side chains. It's a different machine learning, not for AlphaFold. And the reason the scores look better is very simple. It can predict the surface residues better. I can't do that. It's flopping. But they can predict the surface residues, not because it's packed nicely, just by copying other structures. Right? It can gain some information. It tends to be in that position and not. So the overall numbers look better, but the actual core still the same as me. It doesn't do any better because that's as good as it can get.
The core,
right? So now the oddest thing is we cheated on getting the fold, but now you have to go back and you would think that what I did, the side chain packing, is half the atoms. Who cares? Look, from the atomic point of view, 30 years ago when we did this, we solved 50% of the atoms. We put it in the right place. 50%. Why don't I get half the folding price problem? No, it's because the first 50 is in our brains. The first 50 atoms is more important than the main chain, right? The fact that I could do half of the atoms correct. Is not as important as doing the first half right? So I thought that AlphaFold found everything. It turns out AlphaFold has only found the first 50 by copying. It can't do the second 50. So they're stuck doing it. And the way they did the second 50 was my method, basically, but they can do a bit better because they can copy it. So here's the thing. So the oddest thing is, the real protein folding problem became the second half because they just did the copying from this thing, copying from the database. You still have to get the 50% of atoms right. Now they're using 8μl, but at least for the last 2-3 years it was my method that was filling it again. So anyway, the bottom line that you want to know is what is it doing for? Listen, AI is going to take everything. I hate it. I'm one of the first people who programmed it. I'll tell you that. I'm going to tell you something. So you all know about AI. AI is going to. We know the equations of physics. So that means that if I could tell where every atom in the universe is, the atoms in my mouth, the atoms in the floor, the atoms in space, in Mars, I locate every atom in the universe. Its location, X, Y, Z, its energy level, its quantum level, its charge level. I get everything, right? and I had a gigantic computer, right? I could do simulation. I could simulate the future of the world.
Right.
Every atom in the world, in the universe, for the next 100 years.
Right.
I have a big database. So if I ask a question, it would know, right. Then if you ask any question in the world, it is a lookup table.
Right.
But AI can find it too because the data is there, right? It's just a massive lookup table. I just look it up. On such and such a date, what does the world look like? It'll tell me. AI is basically doing that. It has a very large database. If the information isn't there, it just makes it up. It doesn't know. But if it's there, the problem is you and I can do it. But we have to sit here and go through hours, The data is so much. I look at it, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. It takes forever. But AI can do it quickly.
Sure.
So it's only functional on the data, but if the data isn't there, you can't do anything. So basically, once you've collected a lot of data, you don't have the time to check it. AI is able to do it. So AI will get better and better. A lot of science is putting an idea from one eye to the other side, right? Like me, right? AI can find it. AI will get better and better and better. But some things you'll never be able to do it until we do it. But most things, it can really compete with us. And eventually, because we're doing kind of the same thing, right? But it's got more arms, it can do better. Now, so we have a short period of time before real intelligence goes to devalue. Okay? Remember the chess players who are great? Right? They got wiped out by AI. It's completely wiped out, right? We don't even play it anymore, right? I mean, Go now. Okay? But listen, so and quantum computing is going to come. That's going to do a lot of calculations fast, soon, right? So all this is artificial intelligence. We call artificial intelligence, right? It's going to become basically real intelligence. Humans are not going to have too much left. So there's a little bit of a window, another 5 years or 5 years, to solve real problems with human intelligence. This is one of the problems. To solve the protein folding problem, not the protein structure prediction problem, to start with a sequence and do what Anfinson wanted, right? And if we can do that using actual principles, that we've learned, atomic force, atomic SIs, actual, physics is just 7 equations. Right. If we can do it with that, that'll be a big plus for human achievement. But there's a chance that we can do it. So I would say if you ask about folding, that problem is still there. If you don't have more than one sequence, AI can't do it. Can't do it, right? Yeah. It needs the multiple sequences. It's learning from the multiple sequence alignment, and then it's guessing. It's just basically the old homology modeling, but on lower sequence. It's not 28% sequence match. It goes down to 24% because it's better. Plus, it can do it much better because it can check everything at the same time instead of us, and it's very good at it. It's very plastic. AI is just a big overfitting device to the data. That's all it is. And it's flexible enough. So in terms of, look, there was a guy called Freeman Dyson. His godson used to work for me, basically, and he helped to win a Nobel Prize. He's the head of NIST right now. All of the, NIH, and, there's three agencies, NIH and DOE and NSF. There's one called Standards Agency. It's very small. It's 10 times smaller than NIH. It's called NIST. My student is actually the head of the whole thing. So he was the godson of Freeman Dyson. I don't know if you know the name. Freeman Dyson is the same level of Feynman. He just died recently. He's considered a great physicist, like Einstein level. Okay? So Freeman Dyson spent the last 10 years of his life wanting to solve the protein folding problem because he thought it was a challenge problem, So there are not many human challenge problems out there, And AI is going to eat up a lot of them. There's one of them that's left. If we solve it, it's the last chance humanity can say we solved something big. We're great because this stuff is going to take over everything.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure having you, Subhash. Wonderful.